Sergeant at Arms, please call our May 21st, 2024 council meeting order. I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day, Pastor Leon Jones of the Dwelling Place Church, invited by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Pastor Jones, please lead us in prayer.
Thank you. I'm here today for Councilwoman Macklin Easter. 27 years ago, her father was my groomsman in my wedding, and he has gone on to be with the Lord, and today is his birthday. So I'm honored to be here on today. Let us pray. Dear God in heaven, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for all you are and all you have done. We ask now that you would lead us and guide us in the way that we should go to bring you glory and also give help to man. Bless all of those concerned. Bless the meeting. Bless all of our constituents, our city, our community, and our country. This is what we ask. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Doctor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Jones, thank you for that prayer. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you are recognized. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, hold on one second, please. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, City of Memphis and colleagues, and thank you, Pastor Leon Jones of the Dwelling Place in Raleigh, off of Old Austin Peay Highway. Thank you for being here and blessing us on today. It is with great opportunity that I get to present to you in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concern for a governmental process. You've been appointed Chaplain of the Day by the Memphis City Council, hereby entitled to all of the honors, rights, and privileges and prerogatives appertaining to the office and display of this certificate, 21st day of May, 2024. J.B. Smiley Jr. Chairman, presented by myself, Michael and Easter Thomas, District 7. So thank you for starting us off on a good foot today.
Madam Comptroller, you know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members Canale, here. Carlisle, present. Cooper Sutton, present. Easter Thomas, present. Ford, Green, present. Logan, present. Spinoza, here. Swearingen Washington, present. Walker, Warren, present. White, present. Chairman Smiley.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Sure do.
I believe Vice Chairman Canale. Madam Comptroller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing our office. On the audio, we could not hear item number 8, even though it's properly voted on your consent agenda. I'd like to just read that into the minutes before we begin.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Item number 8 from May 7th, 2024 was a resolution approving final plat for Amherst Plan Development Area 4, Phase 2, County, and accepting bond as security. That was a request for same night minutes, and the contract number was 5457 and is properly recorded on the minutes you are about to approve.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. I believe Vice Chairman Canale has read the meeting minutes for our May 7th meeting, 2024. Vice Chairman Canale.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. I have reviewed the minutes from the May 7th meeting, find them to be in order, and move for their adoption.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Canale.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Welcome to the May 21st, 2024 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure the public has the full opportunity to be heard and the deliberate process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms, Cedric, wave your hand so they know you are, Cedric, has meeting agendas available up front, as well as come-in request cards for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their come-in card to the Sergeant at Arms before the item is called. If you are not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comment at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize citizens of Memphis that properly registered to speak by submitting a completed comment request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Prior to the item, members of the audience and persons addressing the council would not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, or profane comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violent conduct in order to leave the council's chambers, or by giving an order for security personnel to remove any disruptive person in the council chambers who refuses to leave voluntarily. These rules are posted on the doors as you enter the chamber and as you pick up comment cards. There are no holds today. Madam Comptroller, please call the consent agenda for items 1 through 6 with same 9 minutes on items 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On our consent agenda, we have item number 1, an ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 92 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis to extend the sunset clause for the Equal Business Opportunity Program up for first reading. Ordinance number 5905 is sponsored by the administration. Also on our consent agenda, we have an add-on ordinance, ordinance number 5906. It's an ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic, to authorize the city court's clerk officer to accept partial payments for traffic citations. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5906 is sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Item number 35 is also an ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinances of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic, to amend registration fees. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5907 is sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Up for second reading, we have ordinance number 5903 is sponsored by the Finance Division. We have ordinance 5904 up for second reading. It is sponsored by the administration. We have item number 4, a resolution accepting public improvements for mineral wells and releasing the bond. There is a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5429. We have item number 5, a resolution accepting public improvements for Glide Express Car Wash, 7555 US Highway 64, and releasing bond. There is a request for same night minutes. And we also have item number 6, which is a resolution honoring an honorary street name change of New Allen Road between Bluffwood Drive and Raleigh Millington Road for Reverend Carl E. Shields, District 1, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Chairman Smiley, and there is a request for same night minutes. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Can I get a motion? Yeah, well, can we? Screens, okay. Could we prepare? The screen's not, it said call the roll. It doesn't show consent agenda to vote on. There we go. Moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Green. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 7 with same 9 minutes?
Thank you. That will be on our fiscal consent agenda. Item number 7 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate an additional $6 million in federal grant funds from the Tennessee Department of Transportation for Project GA01004 Cobblestone Landing Restoration Improvement, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Public Works, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Can I get a motion and second? Well, this item was moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Council members, please don't forget to vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call the MLGW fiscal consent agenda items 8 through 13 with same night minutes for 8 and 9.
We have item number 8, a resolution awarding a 24-month purchase order with the option to extend for an additional 12 months with Hawkins, Inc. for the purchase of sodium hypochlorite in the amount of $3,096,000, and there is a request for same night minutes. Item number 9 is a resolution awarding a 24-month purchase order with the option to extend for an additional 12 months with Harcross Chemicals, Inc. for the purchase of fluorosilicic acid in the amount of $896,670. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 10 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 11723 with EMS SCADA with Open Systems International, Inc. to change the current contract in the funded amount of $708,550. Item number 11 is a resolution approving modification to change number 1 to contract number 12389, approved on March 6, 2024, LED street light conversion to Amerisco, Inc. in the funded amount of $7,666,653.02. Item number 12 is a resolution approving the selection of professionals in connection with the proposed issuance of Series 2024 electric system revenue bonds. And item number 13 is a resolution approving plans to issue tax-exempt Series 2024 electric system revenue bonds in an original aggregated principal amount not to exceed $180 million. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our MLGW consent items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Spinoza, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, committee recommends approval, and I so move.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Moved by Councilman Spinoza, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen-Washington. Seeing that no council members are on the queue, Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Thank you.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 28 on our add-on agenda.
Item number 28 is a resolution transferring $2,800,000 from Fleet Services unreserved fund balance to cover FY24 shortage. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Swearengin-Washington, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Janice Swearengin-Washington, seconded by Dr. Warren. It appears all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen, yes. Please show Councilmember Espinosa as voting yes. Swearingen-Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Please show Councilmember White as voting yes. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
This motion passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 29.
Item number 29 is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $423,714.87 for damage suffered at Bass Pro due to lightning strike and a pipe failure. District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Can we address the item on the screen?
29?
Yes.
One moment. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Councilwoman Janice Swearengin-Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation to accept these insurance proceeds, and I so move.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Warren. All hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Council members, please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen-Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 30.
Item number 30 is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $119,583 for damage suffered at Burt Ferguson Community Center. District 2, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman Swearengin-Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met. There was a favorable recommendation to accept these insurance proceeds, and I so move.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Carlisle. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, please prepare the screen for a vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen-Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 31.
Item number 31 is a resolution to amend the Council FY24 grant allocations, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee Met recommends approval, and I so move.
Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. All hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, please swear the screen for a vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper, Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 33.
33?
32.
Thank you.
Give me the gift.
Item number 32 is a resolution to accept settlement proceeds in the amount of $621,574.21 from prescription opioid manufacturers fraudulent marketing litigation. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Carlisle, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Committee Met recommends approval, and I so move.
All right, moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Seeing no council members in the queue, Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
For them. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper, Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for call item number 33.
Item number 33 is a resolution for an amnesty period from May 21st, 2024 to June 31st, 2024 to offset the proposed property tax increase. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Green, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
You're welcome.
Councilman Canali, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was heard in committee, received a favorable recommendation, and I move to the floor.
Moved by Vice Chairman Canali, seconded by Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Green, you're in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just briefly wanted to say that I am proposing this today in hopes of helping our budget. We are trying to not only look at places where there might be waste, that we need to make cuts, places where we need to reprioritize our budget agenda, but also where we can bring in revenues. The administration told us in one of our meetings in the past week, they're kind of blurring together at this point, Budget Chair Carlisle, that our largest source of unmined revenue is in these fines and fees. And in the last 10 years, our records show we have over $140 million in unpaid parking tickets, moving citations, et cetera. And so I believe the mayor's presentation, when he first gave us his budget presentation, he said more revenue means more opportunity, and I agree with him. So what we're asking is that during this amnesty period between now and the end of June, that you step up and do your part as Memphians. We are agreeing to waive half of the fines, and they will accept them. But if you will call the clerks and start doing your part and paying your parking ticket, then we can hopefully do our part and not have to do a property tax or one as high as it has been proposed. So this is just one way we're trying to generate revenue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. And, to echo her sentiments, some of the sentiments that I shared earlier, this is our way to ask the people of Memphis to do your part. Let's be direct. The 75 cents tax increase is going to hurt us all. And I'm also reminded that the largest number of people who are behind on their property taxes live within the core of the city and a district that I represent. So, for me, a 75 cents tax increase is the difference of someone or me telling someone's grandmother that they can't live here anymore. It could be the difference of them staying in their home. So we're earnestly asking the people of Memphis to do your part. Pay your fines, pay your fees, so that we can adequately prepare for the budget. Doesn't see Dr. Warren, you're in the queue. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully we'll have some place on our website soon that will direct people easily to be able to find where they can figure out if they have fees and they have tickets they haven't paid. So let's all go look and see. There are red light cameras that we may not have known tagged us. So if you've got something to pay, please pay it up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. I think that's the sentiments of the entire council as we attempt to balance this budget. I know Councilman Carlisle agrees as well. With no other council members in the queue, Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. And Madam Comptroller, could you clarify, we've already addressed item number 34 in the consent agenda? And item number 35? That just means that Vice Chairman Canale is right today. Absolutely. There we go. Madam Comptroller, absolutely. So we're getting ready to handle impasse, but before we deal with impasse, I'm gonna turn it over to Attorney Wade so he can set the stage. Before we come to Attorney Wade, we're going to go to item number 20, and I just want Attorney Wade to be prepared. Item number 20, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 20 is an ordinance to permanently rename South Hollywood Street between Union Avenue and Southern Avenue for Glenn Rogers Sr. Up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5900 is sponsored by the Memphis City Council, and this was held from May 7th.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, thank you for your support. This is a substitute, or it will be a substitute ordinance because we had to adjust the effective date in order to give business owners along that stretch of Hollywood an opportunity to roll out and roll out of any marketing collateral, tax documents, et cetera, vendor documents. So the effective date is going to be October 25th of this year. So they'll have roughly 5-6 months to prepare for the street name change. I only had one business owner reach out. It's actually an individual that I know. They understood the situation and were very supportive of what we're doing here. For those of you in the audience that are unaware, Glenn Rogers Sr. was the first African-American football player at the University of Memphis, Hall of Famer. His son went on to play for the University of Memphis and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and was just inducted into the University of Memphis Hall of Fame. And unfortunately, Glenn Rogers Sr. and then went on to teach for over 20 years in the Memphis Shelby County school system and has been forgotten in the history of Memphis football. So this is an incredible way to honor him by renaming the street that is just to the south of the Liberty, or just to the east of the Liberty Bowl, from Southern Avenue to Union will become Glenn Rogers Sr. Street. So really excited with the Memphis City Council's support of this. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move it to the floor as amended.
Move by Councilman Carlisle as amended. Councilman Spinoza, you're also in the queue.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the whole council is supposed to be listed. I just wanted to say for the record, please do put myself down if you don't mind, please. I'd love to be a part of this. And oh, never mind. On the back. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Councilman Espinoza. I'm going to show you're withdrawn from the queue. Seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. We're gonna go ahead and hear impasse first, and then we're gonna take care of the other items. Attorney Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you have 5 items.
Could you speak into the mic?
6 items.
14 through 19.
Went to impasse. The way this works is under Ordinance 5639. When the mayor presents his budget, the associations and the mayor engage in negotiations up until the time that he presents his budget. And either they agree on economic items or they do not. In this context, the mayor proposed 3% raise across the board, I believe, and a 1,500 sign-in bonus. The 6 associations propose higher raises. That went to impasse. Those items are then heard by a 3-member committee. That 3-member committee is required to give each side 30 minutes, and then they make a decision or not. In this case, they didn't make a recommendation on 5 of the items. And by the ordinance, after that happens, the full council is required to hear the item irrespective of what was done in the impasse committee. Under the law, we call that a de novo review. You are required to receive the TEP of the administration and the associations, and you are required to make an impasse vote before the second reading of the ordinance, of the budget ordinance, or before third reading of the budget ordinance, and before a final vote on the budget by the council. The question that is the sole question before you is whether, and I'll just take the first one, AFSCME. The question before you is whether the AFSCME TEP shall be added to proposed ordinance 5903. That is the budget ordinance. If you look at your consent agenda, item number 2, that spells out the caption to 5903. This is the mayor's proposed budget ordinance. It is sponsored by the Finance Division. This is the budget ordinance that was presented to you. This is not your budget. You haven't voted on a budget yet. This is the mayor's budget. So what the vote tonight is whether or not to add the AFSCME TEP or any of the other 6 TEPs to the mayor's budget ordinance. It is still subject at the end of the day to your decision on the final budget. You have the sole authority under the charter to amend and approve all budgets, and you have the sole authority to determine how much, if any of these TEPs should be funded in this budget. And what I have done is prepared a resolution for each one of them. And if you will indulge me out, it walks through everything I just said, and it provides that the impasse ordinance requires an affirmative vote of a majority of the members of the full council to include the total cost, in this case of AFSCME's TEP, in the proposed ordinance 5903 at second or third reading of the ordinance. An affirmative vote for this resolution by a constitutional majority of the council shall include the total cost of AFSCME TEP in proposed ordinance number 5903. And if a constitutional majority of the council does not approve this resolution, the city's TEP already included in proposed ordinance number 5903 shall remain unchanged. The effect, however, no matter what you decide, you are required to accept the mayor's proposed ordinance as originally proposed, or the mayor's proposed ordinance as may be amended by inclusion of AFSCME's TEP in it. You create the budget. The mayor does not. He proposes it to you. You create the budget, and you are not waiving any of your authority to make any and all changes that you deem necessary for the good of the total city. This resolution walks through the whole thing and basically provides, in AFSCME's case, the inclusion, if you approve it, the inclusion of a total cost of AFSCME's TEP in Ordinance 5903 will increase the amount budgeted by the mayor by $3.9 million. So this resolution specifies everything, and it says, whereas the council's impasse vote to approve or not approve AFSCME's TEP does not affect or alter the council's legislative authority under the charter to approve and amend all budgets, including any decision to fund a TEP for AFSCME, if any, in Ordinance 5903 as finally adopted by the council. So if you look at your resolution and walk through it step by step, it will point out all the things that I have just articulated to you. So you have the ability, and you must make a decision tonight, de novo, irrespective of whether you got a recommendation favorable, negative, or not at all from the impasse committee. The only other thing that I will point out is that the ordinance requires each unit to be given up to 15 minutes or longer at the discretion of the council to present their position to the full council. You may get acquiescence, as we have in the past, to do less than 15 minutes, but a lot of times, if they don't agree to reduce their time, then you have to give them the full amount. In this case, there are some units for example, where is my cheat sheet? Yeah, it doesn't have the back part. There are some units that have multiple units, like AFSCME. They get a collective 15 minutes, not 15 minutes for each of the bargaining units. So where there are multiple bargaining units within one, they only get an aggregate of 15 minutes, not 15 minutes for each unit.
Thank you, Attorney Wade, for that very well thought out and deliberate explanation. I understand that Councilwoman Green is in the queue. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make things run smoothly and to be uniform, I would like to make a motion that as we hear this, we have 10 minutes from the administration side and 10 minutes on the union side.
Uniformly across the board.
Across the board.
So we have a motion by Councilwoman Green to allocate 10 minutes per side across the board for each bargaining unit and the administration across all bargaining units. Properly seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Madam, well, is there any objection?
No.
There is no objection by acclamation. All right. So prior to getting to item number 14, we have a couple of questions, and then I go to Dr. Warren. Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue, sir.
Chairman Smiley, Attorney Wade, just to put a fine point on your commentary and for the public, for council members, to agree with today and at the end of the budget with the mayor's proposal still would require, let me back up. We are required under the state of Tennessee to pass a balanced budget.
Correct.
Therefore, if we agree with the administration, we are required to have the revenues to match that expense.
Correct.
And if we agree with the collective bargaining units, the same would be true, but we would need to find more revenue or shift expenses around.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you look at the resolution, there is a number in each one of these that tells you how much, if you approve the union's proposal, how much it will increase the mayor's budget. And, you know, it's been your unwritten rule that even on final vote, if you propose to increase an item in the budget, the proponent has an obligation to come forward with a corresponding revenue item or shift or cut to keep the budget balanced. So there, at the end of the day, we can keep a tally and let you know how many additional cents on the tax rate approving some of these will have without any other adjustments.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. And colleagues, this is something that you'll start to hear me kind of as my responsibility as the budget chair to harp on as we start to get to wrap up. As you start to formulate your amendments or your own budget, anything that you take away from either revenue or expense must be balanced on the other side. So if you've had a comment to yourself that I want to do the following, I want to do a 10% raise, or I want to add $5 million in funding for X department, you must bring your cut or revenue increase to offset that. And this is probably the first meaningful part of that process. So I just thought now is a good time to start beginning to harp on that as we begin wrap up. I will say, before you just get into it, just to clarify, one thing about wrap up is we're talking about the general fund. In today's structure, as we go into AFSCME in particular, those that represent solid waste, they are unique in some degree, because if the solid waste fee stays as proposed, then they are in the general fund. If it doesn't get approved, they're seriously in the general fund. If it moves up, then they become, from what is proposed, then they are their own enterprise fund. So as they come up to present, keep that relationship in mind. I'm not trying to confuse you. I want it to be very crystal clear about kind of the lanes that it falls in today, because today it's a hybrid system. So I guess the other way to say it is if you hear something in that presentation or you want to do more or do less, it'll be done either through a transfer from the general fund or an increase in the solid waste fee. And I think it's just important to make sure that you're thinking that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate you as always. I will note we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming cards regarding this item. Item number 14. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 14.
Item number 14 is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of AFSCME.
Councilman Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. our committee met and submitted no recommendation and sent this to the council for decision. One of the things that I think we need to realize as a community is that we've gone years and years without any increase in income or tax increases, but all of the expenses that our employees have to withstand and all the expenses our city has to pay have gone up gradually with inflation, and just recently, even more so with that increased inflation after COVID. So I think as we move forward, we have to realize that what we vote for, we're going to have to pay for, which means we will either we're going to have to raise taxes to pay for anything that we move up. And no matter what we do, we're going to have to raise taxes or fees. So, Mr. Chair, this is for no recommendation, and I so give you the committee report. Thank you.
I'm gonna bite my tongue this particular occasion. All right, can I put 10 minutes on the clock? All right, 10 minutes on the clock. Can I have the administration present first? And at the end, which the union's already uploaded. All right, 10 minutes on the clock. Ask me, could you come present? And I will read the comment cards after the presentations, and then that's enough. Go ahead. Thank you. Name and address for the record.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. My name is Jane Billinger, and my address is 485 Beale Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I am here today representing AFSCME Local 1733 across all of the MOUs. These are workers that represent public works, solid waste, parks, code enforcement. AFSCME workers touch almost every segment of the city of Memphis. And today we are going to be talking about the proposal that we made to the city and our total economic package. So first, to summarize, our proposal stands at effective July 1, 2024, each employee covered by this agreement will receive a 5% increase to their current hourly wage rate and a one-time $5,000 bonus. Our goal here was to first lift the floor for all AFSCME employees, as over the past decade, their wages have fallen significantly behind, and then reward them a bonus to not only acknowledge the work that they've done for low wages, but then acknowledge the work that they've done double time as a result of low retention rates across the city. So first, I'm gonna go over these slides real brief because we have a limited amount of time, is when we made this proposal, we did a serious examination of the economic condition of the city of Memphis. And we used these 4 indicators to guide our proposals and the reasoning why we chose to propose what we did throughout negotiations. We saw that city of Memphis revenues have substantially increased since fiscal year 2020. The city consistently ends each year with an overall surplus that goes into its rainy day fund or its unrestricted fund balance. That unrestricted fund balance has been strong and healthy for several years and exceeds the minimum recommendations offered by the state of Tennessee for local governments. And then finally, the city consistently comes in under budget for expenditures. I'm going to skip these 2 slides for the interest of time, but I can answer questions about them if you'd like. First, for this budget variances coming in under budget, this indicates to us flexibility in being able to spend. The city consistently budgets more than what it actually spends, resulting in an overall surplus. The city of Memphis can make decisions today to make the taxpayers' money work more effectively for the city, and that's what our proposal is saying. Additionally, revenues have consistently come in higher than projected. The city has ended the last 4 fiscal years with more revenues at the end of the year than they planned on receiving at the beginning of it. Again, I mentioned that the city has maintained a strong and healthy reserve fund balance. The state of Tennessee recommends maintaining an unrestricted fund balance at 17% of revenues. As you can see in this chart, the city has exceeded that expectation for the last 4 years. And at this point, it is significantly higher at over 28%, which means the city could go a quarter of a year without receiving any additional revenue and still cover every single expense made by the city. When we made our proposal, we were considering about the work that is being done by AFSCME members and the work that is currently not being done by open positions. As of March 2024, 14% of AFSCME represented positions went unfilled. That's 141 positions in solid waste, code enforcement, parks, office support clerks who work was not able to get done because there was not a person to fill that spot. In 2023, there were 4.3 open positions. There were 4.3 open jobs for every one unemployed individual in Tennessee. This tells us that people have the ability to shop around and find the job that works the best for them. What works best for them and their family? What does the pay look like? What does the benefits look like? And then finally, average weekly wages in Shelby County increased 7.1% in 2023. That means compared to 2022, people were earning $7.10 more for every $100 than they were receiving in 2022. How does this look with inflation? The rate of national inflation since 2014 has increased by 30.25%. In just the southern region alone, that number is 30.66%. AFSCME compounded wage increases since 24% has been 8.7%. AFSCME workers are almost 22% behind the rate of inflation as they were in 2014. What they're still having to do, though, with their raises is cover the cost of diapers, to pay for food, to buy gas, to make sure that they can afford rent, and their dollar is going for less and less further every single year. This next slide I want to just kind of show again, and I want to acknowledge to the other unions, is that we are not saying that the other unions in this room should not have received these wage increases. We are just further showing that AFSCME workers have fallen behind in their total base wage increase since 2016, 2014 and 2015 are not represented on this chart because in both of those years, the average wage increase for the base wages was 0%. Since 2016, AFSCME has received 8.50% in increase in their total annual wage. Their average wage for the 12 workers that were surveyed by Locked In for the benefit survey is $40,954. As you can see, AFSCME's average wage falls significantly below every other union working for the city of Memphis. The current living wage in Memphis for a family of 2 parents and 2 children is $86,518. The average weighted salary, and this number is different than the Locked-In survey because it goes across the entire unit. The average weighted average salary for an AFSCME employee is $41,567. With that amount, they need to cover their rent, they need to buy their groceries, they need to pay for childcare, and these are just average costs. Depending about what part of the city you're living in, these costs can be significantly higher. One study that was released just last week says that in order to be able to afford rent at a reasonable pace, an individual needs to earn 36% more today than what they earned in 2019. 36% more to be able to continue to afford rent at an affordable level. And I'll remind you that the AFSCME average wages since 2016 has been 8.5%. Each year, the city of Memphis does a wage and benefit survey, and they were kind enough to provide this survey to us as we went through negotiations. And I apologize for the funky formatting of my slides. Through the Locked-In survey, 12 AFSCME represented positions were surveyed. 75% of those positions fall under the local market, which compares them to Germantown and Collierville. 67% of surveyed positions fall under the competitive market, which looks at competitive cities from across the country, and 2/3 of those AFSCME positions fall under the similar in scope market.
Ms. Billinger, hate to stop you, but can we stop the time real quick? I didn't remind anyone, so I do want to remind you here that you may want to save time for rebuttal. So just leaving it out there. Could we just put like 5 seconds back on the clock? Because we'll let the time go. Add a little bit more time to the clock. All right, thank you. So Ms. Billinger, you're back in the queue. Remember, you may want to save time for rebuttal.
All right, well, good thing I can speak fast, Chair Smiley.
Okay.
All right, through the Locked-In survey, 503 AFSCME represented employees fall under the market. This is just for the 12 positions that were surveyed, so it's reasonable to presume that the majority of employees, almost 852 represented employees across the city, fall below the market. On this slide, and I realize that it is tiny for many of the folks here, it shows the difference in wages between AFSCME's proposal and the city's proposal. If you look, the difference in pay, how much more an individual would receive if you accept AFSCME's proposal versus the city of Memphis's proposal. For an office support clerk, that is an additional 33 cents per hour. For pay period, that is an additional $26 per pay period if you accept AFSCME's proposal. It is less than $1 million increase in base wage to provide a 5% increase to AFSCME workers, and these are workers who have gone over a decade without a significant raise and are struggling to be able to afford to continue to work for the city of Memphis. Finally, our position is that the city of Memphis can afford AFSCME's total economic package without needing to make cuts in other services. AFSCME members have been left behind in wages and are struggling to meet needs due to high inflation and low wage increases from the city over the last decade. Increasing the pay of AFSCME's positions benefits recruitment and retention efforts. And one last point that I want to state is that the city's position, the mayor's position, is that it is fair to provide the same increase across all 6 units today, that all City of Memphis workers should receive the same 3%. I want to note, however, that there is a difference between a fair wage and an equitable wage. And an equitable wage for AFSCME workers would be 5% on July 1 with a $5,000 bonus. Thank you, and I reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Hold on, All right, so we're gonna try this again because I know many of you haven't been here while I served as chair. So we're gonna do things a little bit different. We're not gonna yell. We're not gonna clap. If you agree with what's being said, we're gonna do thumbs up. Let's try that. Thumbs up. All right, and if you disagree with what's being said, let's try thumbs down. Come on, okay, there we go. So we're gonna do that across the board. You see this gentleman here, Cedric? If we have more outbursts, I will probably be asking you all to leave. We wanna get through this meeting pretty quickly and have enough so each council member can hear what's being said. We're gonna hold questions until both sides have an opportunity to present. And then I'm gonna allow the council members to ask questions, and I'm gonna go through the coming cards I have in my hand. Thank you all for being patient with us and respecting this body and our rules of decorum. Thank you all. Can we put 10 minutes on the clock while the administration gets prepared to present their argument? And Ms. Billinger, everyone knows I like good arguments. Good argument. The floor is yours, good sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Allen, Interim EDI Director for the City of Memphis. Before we get started, I know we have a tight time schedule, but I want to say a few things. The city and administration advise all of their employees, and we hope that we can come to an agreement on something. However, we value all employees, and as you'll hear through my presentation, you'll see that we are attempting to meet everybody at their need and their ask. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that, but we want to provide something for our employees. And so you'll hear me kind of talk about that. And I apologize on the front end. I'll breeze through a lot of this in the observance of time, but if there are questions, I'm open to those. So just to kind of give you a little bit of financial context, in FY21, we did receive $100 million in CARES Act. In FY22 through 24, we did receive about $161 million in ARPA funds. For FY25, we no longer have those funds, and so you'll see right there's a deficit of $53.1 million in our budget. This is, again, an overview of our budget without anything taken out, any removals or anything. So as you can see at the bottom, we're still at that $53 million deficit. However, we still focused on our employees with this budget, and that's why we carved out 3% and 3% paid out of FY25 and 15% paid out of FY24. And that's because we did want to make an effort to give our employees something despite our budget restraints. Again, this is a slide out of the mayor's proposal. It shows where we're about 72% of the budget, and what I say we, the people focus, is 72% of the budget, which is about $602 million. I want to talk a little bit about our roles and responsibilities in this process. So the associations are doing their job by advocating for their members. The administration is advocating for all employees. And what I mean by all employees are those that are represented and non-represented. So while the represented have someone here to speak for them, the non-represented do not. And so we want to speak for all employees. And so I think we're all here for the same mission. We're just communicating it a little differently. The city council's position will be just to kind of take a look at both sides and make a decision accordingly. Per ordinance 5639, nothing can be changed. They can only review it and decide on the specific items that are in front of them that are relevant to this. Talking about the decision point, we're looking at the total cost. This is for all of the asks across the board. I want to make this clear on the front end. The city is proposing for everyone about a $10.8 million increase to salaries. If we were to approve all of the association asks, that would be about $23.9 million, with a difference of about $13.1 million that we would have to pump into the budget to cover all of this. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the city's position. So our position is a 3% increase that would create no compression across the board. Our stance is that any higher increase to one organization and not the, association and not the other could create some inequities in other groups. We want to be good stewards and prioritize our funds. And so that's how we arrived at the 3% and the $1,500 offered. We would hope that this would be accepted as we're looking to reduce and mitigate any further challenges to the budget and any inequities that will be created by raises that are different amongst the organizations, the associations. So talking a little bit about the background, and I'll breeze through this. We met with AFSCME about 5 times over the course of the month of March. Unfortunately, on March 28th, the ending of our negotiation period, we were not able to close that table. What I mean by close the table, we were not able to come to an agreement. And so because of that, we walked away, went through a cooling off period, and the city's last offer at the table was 2% and a $1,500 bonus at that time. AFSCME's final offer was a 5% and a $5,000 bonus. And so since we were not able to come to that agreement, they declared impasse on May 2nd. The impasse committee on May 14th sit it down with no recommendations. So here's the total economic package that was submitted on both sides. To the left, you'll see it may be a little hard to read. It is the city's total economic package at 3% with a one-time bonus of $1,500 paid out of FY24. And to the right, you'll see AFSCME's total economic package valued at 5% and $5,000 bonus. Looking at the financial impact to the city, what we are proposing is a $1.3 million increase, and that's specific only to FY25 because that's where the 3% increase will lie. The $1,500 bonus will be paid out of FY24. So the average increase for that will be roughly about 6.6%. And I know we've talked about this in our previous impasse committee meetings about converting bonuses into wages. Unfortunately, that was something we were not able to see with this current budget. However, we did want to meet the ask of AFSCME as best we could. If you're looking at the AFSCME ask, it's 5% wage increase, and that with the bonus totals to about $6.6 million, which leaves us with about a $5.2 million difference in what the proposed for the city and the ask of AFSCME. All right, so this is kind of restating Ms. Billinger's piece that she was talking about the raise increases. And so they've received about an average of 8.5% and a $3,000 bonus over the period you see in front of you. And because of that, we are interested in working with them on getting that up. However, we're not able to meet the current ask. All right, so kind of talking about where we are right now. Council's decision is where we kind of are sitting right now. And so the city is aware that we are facing challenges with our budget. And we understand that, and we wanted to present as a budget as balanced as possible, focused on personnel and prioritizing our employees. And so we landed at the 3% and the $1,500. And again, I just kind of want to reiterate, that if we were to approve, and council specifically, all of the asks of all of the other organizations to include AFSCME, we would land at about a $13.1 million difference in the budget that would have to be pumped in for this particular, for the ask of all the organizations. I am done. I'm sorry I breezed through it, but I want to make sure that you guys had an opportunity for questions and answers. Say it again, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes.
So, does the bargaining unit want to rebut some things? You know, I kind of anticipated that. All right, can we put whatever the remaining time for the bargaining unit on the, are you ready? Ms. Billinger, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, we're about to set your time. And council members, you have a question, don't forget to get in the queue.
I think I had about a minute and 30 seconds left.
All right, nope, we're not gonna do that. All right, cool.
Thank you. I'll just make this brief. I'll just make this quick. As the council has these slides in front of you, you can look and see the minimal impact on the dollars that the members would receive. That impact is 33 cents for office support clerks who make sure that this city run. It's 49 cents additional per hour for code enforcement officers who walk into buildings that the majority of us would never even approach closer than 10 feet. And they walk into those buildings every day to make sure that the city is safe. One final point that I want to make is that, as I stated, there was 141 vacancies within the AFSCME bargaining unit as March 24. That vacancy savings to the city was $5.6 million, which would cover the total cost of the difference of the AFSCME proposal. The city of Memphis is struggling to maintain full employment for AFSCME positions, and the key indicator that we see, that's the reason why people want to come work someplace, is higher wages. Having a 5% increase to the base hourly wage for AFSCME employees will help improve that retention problem. Thank you.
Thank you. See, actually, I like y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Your rebuttal time.
Sure. So thank you for that comment. Just to clarify, that is correct. She is requesting 5% and $5,000 bonus. I want to remind everybody that's coming out of FY25. What we are proposing is the $1,500 to come out of FY24. And that's because we already understand that the budget has already been impacted so much by some things that are no longer there. And so with that understanding, we appreciate all of our AFSCME workers and all of our employees. However, we want to be fair and consistent and be good stewards of the money that we have in front of us. I'm not saying that we can't do anything different next year. However, this year we have restrictions that won't allow us to perform in a certain manner when it comes to budgets.
Sentiments are noted. All right, we have multiple council members in the queue. I do have a question for Ms. Billinger. I think I just want you to clarify, I guess particularly, you said something along the lines of every year, or let me know if I don't understand it correctly, every year the city of Memphis puts money in the unassigned fund balance?
Yes, according to the annual comprehensive financial report, the annual audit that's done for the city of Memphis, it's shown that additional funds are going into the unrestricted fund balance each year. The fund balance is growing for the general fund, according to the audits. I understand that I'm not able to see the year-to-date, the same spreadsheets that are presented to the city council, but according to the audits that are audited by a third-party CPA, that's what those audits are showing.
I'm going to allow Councilman Carlisle to address that one point, but what I will note is what the city does. At least this past fiscal year, this current fiscal year, we've pulled over $20 million out of the unassigned fund balance. So I don't want people to believe that there's this ample free-flowing source of money that we have. We're literally pulling dollars out of our unrestricted unsigned fund balance to make payroll. I think a few meetings ago, at this point, we pulled $10 million out of our unassigned fund balance to make payroll so that we can provide for, I think, 101 firefighters. But I think Councilman Carlisle also wants to offer some clarification. Then we're going to go to the queue to Councilwoman White. Then
yeah,
Councilman Carlisle.
I don't necessarily want to get it
again.
back and forth because I don't know that it necessarily is going to change the outcome. But on your slide, it was up near 200 million, and I want to make sure that but when you look at all fund balances, which I think people get confused when we say fund balance, all fund balances tip up in that point. We have the assigned, the restricted, the unassigned, the debt fund balance. Like we have many fund balances. Our unassigned fund balance, the rainy day fund, hovers somewhere around 104 to 110 million. It's gotten lower. And the reality is we drew 20 million out of to pay MATA, an early grant, and then we drew another 12 million out. And so actually, if you go to the annual audit from last year, it stipulates, even in the closing of the audit going into the fiscal year 24, that we were going to make an $11.9 million transfer out just in the audit alone. I'm sure you caught that when you were reading through it. Yes. And so, but for the federal funding that you talked about and the revenue reserves and the under budgeting, I don't know that that argument could hold, but I get your general point of what you're saying. And I think, just to not necessarily help you, but just to clarify, I think, and you can, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think your point is that whether or not we have the operating capital, if we took in zero revenue to withstand 2 months of operating deficits, that your opinion is that the fund balance is above the city's policy as far as its health today. Would that be your position?
My position and what I was hoping I was getting to, and I can clarify my point, is that AFSCME Local 1733 believes that the city of Memphis has been good fiscal stewards of its budget, and that the unrestricted fund balance as defined by the Government Finance Officers Association, the unassigned, the committed, and the non-committed fund balances exceed the state of Tennessee and the Government Finance Officers Association's minimum recommendations of 17%.
Well attorneyed. I just have one clarifying question for the administration. Thank you. Just because this has come up now and to the point since we're on fund balance, what is the administration's proposal for fiscal year? What is the source of funding for fiscal year 24 bonuses? Is it ARPA? Is it out of the unassigned fund balance? Yeah, I mean, let's get it on the record. You can't say it's coming out of fiscal year 24 out of the unassigned fund balance and then say we're going to propose to raise taxes 75 cents just because we skipped a calendar day.
Walter Person, interim CFO for the city of Memphis.
Candor
is the word of the day. Vacancies will be the funding source.
Okay. Just just to be respectful of everybody's time here, we'll have that conversation because of vacancy. This is paper warfare. So when you say vacancies, now we're just talking about where the money sits within the income statement, right?
Right.
And so if it's in the income statement or the statement, and then eventually the statement of cash flows, right, is true cash, then the reality is we shouldn't be pulling money out of the unassigned fund balance to pay for other bills. So maybe I'm not fully understanding what we're saying here, but at the end of the day, we don't carry retained earnings like another business, or we don't carry. So I don't know what that means in the sense that if we have a division today, or there are vacancies carrying in somebody's line item today, then we should never have pulled money out of the unassigned fund balance to pay for fire positions. Full stop. Yeah. So the reality of that is, and again, I think what I'm saying is Walter, you've been nothing but a good partner for me. I think it's something that you're welcome, and I think you give a response to, but it sounds like we need to sit down and have just a longer chat so that I can understand more specifically and technically where you're coming from.
Yes, sir, and I think that's a fair point. We're speaking specifically to AFSCME in this case, and I did prepare some documents that spoke to some of the issues that both you and Chairman Smiley have raised relative to unrestricted fund balance, which I think was the statement that was forwarded, versus unassigned fund balance, which is actually running below the state mandates. I don't know if that's something that you would like to have shared in this forum.
Thank you. We have Councilwoman White in the queue. Councilwoman White, you're recognized, or am I mistaken?
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to know if there had been any, either from the administration or from AFSCME, if there's a breakdown of what it would cost for the 5% increase separated from the $5,000 bonus. Do we have a number for that?
I think we could probably team this one. The 5,000 bonus is equivalent to about $4.325
You said
billion dollars for $4,325 million for the $5,000 bonus, and then the 5% is an additional cost of 1.3.
So I'll fill her in or assist her a little bit. So the AFSCME's ask, the 5% alone is $2.2 million. The bonus would be $4.3 million with compression at $31,000, totaling about $6.6 million for the AFSCME ask. And that's all coming out of FY25.
Got it. Then I have a question, I guess, for our attorney. In this process, we have to pick one or the other in total, or are we able to say raise, no bonus, or do we have to pick one or the other?
No, ma'am. Your task is to vote whether AFSCME's TEP is added to the mayor's proposed budget. Period.
Got it. Thank you, Counsel.
Up or down that question.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. I have a question for either Chief Adams or Chief Person. Specifically, assuming that this body approves the solid waste fee, would these funds be coming from the solid waste fee? Can someone speak to that? I just want to hear it on the record.
Yes, sir. It is the administration's anticipation that the fees that would be approved, and I'm speaking positively, the fees that would be approved in, as far as the solid waste fees would include these salary increases. If you recall, it was the direction of the council to have the administration and the employees of AFSCME to go back and work together. They did so. With respect to that, equipment cost, which will include equipment replacement, as well as labor costs, were included in their solid waste fee. So they did work together, and they're presenting this fee increase. As such, this is what we propose. The logic behind why the administration asked for the 3%, I think Mr. Allen kind of set forward. The logic from our perspective as to why we asked for 3% this year, this is not to thwart growth, but this is allow us to stabilize the financial situation and then move forward as we progress.
So I do make sure I understand. Well, Councilwoman Logan, do you want to get in the queue before I? Councilwoman Logan, is your mic on?
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Okay, it was my understanding that if the fee is passed, that amount, that the 5% will be deducted so that it won't be double dipping. Is that correct? That's what I was told by the division director and asked me that and they're raising their thumbs.
It won't be double dipping.
That's correct.
General fund.
There wouldn't be double dipping across the funds.
Okay. All right.
But keep in mind, there is a $7 million loan that the solid waste fee is paying back to the general fund. So there is no double dipping. They will be self-sustainable.
Okay, right. Okay.
$7 million loan.
All right, we have I think that's all the questions by the council members. I'm going to go through 5 comment cards. Tomorrow Bonds first, followed by Ms. White.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara Bonds.
Ms. Bonds, I'm sorry. Could you come to the front podium? Unless you want another job. It's all good. The floor is yours. Put 2 minutes on the clock, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara Bonds, 1705 Lanier Lane. I come here today to speak for me and my coworkers. We really do need a raise. We're not asking for 6 figures. We just need something where we can live comfortable. It's sad when you gotta choose between your light bill and to buy something to eat. We shouldn't have to do that. We shouldn't have to work a second job. I work outside. I shouldn't have to go to another job. I mean, and we working a lot of stuff. Ticks, dead dogs, snakes. I've even had a tick on me. And the city is not paying for that. I got sick from that. I'm paying out of my pocket to go to the doctor every 6 months to make sure I don't have Lyme from that tick. And the insurance, it's not helping because every time we get a raise, the raise go towards the insurance. And everybody out here is hurting. Everybody. And we definitely need a raise. And I don't understand, why are we going behind contractors? We do their work and they're getting paid for it. We shouldn't have to do that. I know because I'm out there doing it every day. Nobody's saying anything about that, but they're receiving the funds. It should be going to us, not them. And all I'm asking for is a fair living wage for me and my people. That's it. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Ms. Bonds. Appreciate your comments and appreciate your service to the people of Memphis. Ms. White, come on down.
Excuse me, I may get a little shaky in my voice.
It's okay. Name and address for the record, and you can roll.
My name is Miss White. I live at 3400 Luciville. Work for environmental enforcement. A lot of people don't know about our department. We work with a lot of illegal dumping. We work with we work with the tire shops. We have to make sure their paperwork is in order. All of that. We do the Airbnbs, whole 9 yards. We do a lot of stuff. We have to go through trash where we go through, we find dead animals, syringes, just a lot of hazardous things that we have to do. And I want to talk about pay as well. Let's go back to the tire shops. A lot of times we go in these tire shops and the owners don't have all their paperwork and they are very belligerent and they get very volatile towards us. So, said that. But what I want to talk about is the living wage. We don't make very much. However, so if one of us is just a single parent home, right? We got 3 kids and we want a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. Every woman I know in here wants 2 bathrooms, but I'm saying 3-bedroom, 1 bath, right? So 3 times the amount of rent that we would have to pay. Now they want $1,500. That's just a basic pay, right? They want $1,500. 3 times the amount of that is $4,500 a month. For 12 months, it's $54,000. Groceries, $500 a month, right? For 12 months, $6,000. Car insurance in a car, I'll say $700 a month, right? Total, $8,400. You add all that together, right? I make $51,000 a year, excuse me. Now that's on paper. When I bring my taxes home, it says $42,000. Why? Because the medical is saying I gotta pay to make sure my children can go to Labona or wherever they need to go. That's outside of hobbies, that's outside of my senior having to be paid for everything that she has to pay for. And all we are asking, just basically, is for a fair living wage. 3 times the rent for a 3-bedroom, $4,500. All this stuff is just, it's a lot. I hear
Ms.
you.
White, closing remarks and benediction.
Okay, my closing remarks are, it's time for us to just be able to live. That's all we want to do at a fair rate. That's all we want to do.
Okay. Ms. White, thank you. And we hear your concerns and your earnest requests to this body. Thank you for your courage and your willingness to come share with the council today. Ms. Vicky Burks, followed by Samuel Gasper.
How you doing?
Name and address for the record, and then the floor is yours.
My name is Vicky Burks. I work in Public Works Street Maintenance Division as an equipment operator. An increase is needed and wanted at this time. In 2020, I caught COVID. From the result of that, I ended up with lupus. I suffer with this every day. I come to work whether I want to or not. I pull myself up in my truck and do my job better than some of the men on the job. When it's time to get paid, I have to decide whether I'm gonna pay my light bill or feed my kids. I'm moving bills around or to make gas for the next week. Rent has also gone up. It's days that I go without eating at lunch time due to making the extra money. I wouldn't dare take food from the house. I have no idea where my next dollar will come from. Department of Human Services said I make too much to get assistance. So I cry and keep going. I have tried to do whatever a strong mother would do to survive. I went out and got a second job, and I became tired and weak. This affected my job at the city of Memphis that I love so much. Driving was my life, or is my life. And I wouldn't do anything to affect my CDL, so I quit my second job. So I went back to not eating and stressing, which I knew would affect my lupus. So I asked you guys to give us this raise that we do deserve. I'm not asking for a six-figure job or increase. Please give my colleagues and my family what we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. Samuel Gaspar.
You ready?
Name and address for the record, please.
2 minutes on the clock.
My name is Samuel Gasper. I'm working with code enforcement, and the address that we are working on is 4225 Riverdale. I am here because, as you heard, all these testimonies, and with code enforcement, a lot of the nitty-gritty stuff that you don't hear that we go through is, again, we have to go through abandoned derelict structures where all the vagrants hang out, the people who are affiliated with crime, the homeless, the drug addicted, stray dogs, wasps, bees, ticks, fleas. Our part of our duties is to go inside these structures to make sure that no one is living in these conditions, so we can properly board up the properties. We actually face a lot when it comes to city ordinances to cite these people to court. A lot of people don't want to go to court, and we get yelled at, we get intimidated, we get, it's a very stressful environment. But again, not a lot of people know about this that dark side of the court enforcement, and we actually face a lot. There's a lot of stress that goes into this job, and I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of single parents here too. You know, like I'm a single parent. The cost of living out here in Memphis has gone up a lot, and our wages has not met the inflation that has been going up here in Memphis. And I'm asking all of you to take in consideration this 5%. It's not a lot. It might seem a lot on paper, but really we are the basis of keeping this city safe, clean, organized, and we're just asking you, please, to take that into consideration, that we really deserve this 5% raise to this year, next year, and, you know, just show the appreciation that you guys speak about to us.
Thank you, Mr.
because
Gaspard.
we're doing the work out here.
Thank you, sir. Christopher Jones.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Jones. I reside at 3290 South Mendenhall Road. And I just wanted to wrote a little something real quick. For years, Public Works has faced stagnant wages, failing to keep pace with the rising cost of living, which has led to frustration, disillusionment, with many workers struggling to make ends meet. The inadequate pay levels are becoming a financial strain which impacts our lives, forcing us to make difficult choices between basic necessities and essential expenses. Inflation will not stop, so will city workers leaving for higher paying jobs to support their families if the city doesn't show appreciation for them financially. All we are asking for is to close the gap. In code enforcement, you have supervisors who are making $68,000, which is almost like roughly 30-some% more than the field inspectors, which is outrageous. But the city says they have no money. We have a department filled with roughly residential 50, 55 inspectors at the most, 7, 8 supervisors, 2, 3 managers, you know, just money going into upper levels pockets when you can give more to the people that's actually out here doing the work and out here going through the abuse, the mental beatdowns, the struggle. I looked at something did some research, and it said Tennessee ranks number 48 in code enforcement pay rate out of 52 states. That's bad. Like 48, we're almost dead last on what inspectors get paid. You know, the negotiator, she went over the cost of living for the single rate, but 5% is not much. Like I said, 3%, 71 cents more, over $1.19 more. We're not asking for much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
We'd like for y'all to show us something.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I am just disgusted. It's just ridiculous the way we have treated our employees. I want to say on behalf of the government, we apologize. We appreciate your services, and we're going to have to do something about it. It's just absolutely disgraceful.
Thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Chair Smiley.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
I don't want to belabor the point, so I'm going to make a motion. I make a motion that we accept the total economic package of AFSCME Local 1733 and amend the... No, that's mine.
Remove it first.
There we go. And amend the budget by $5,265,838. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please exit quietly. All right, y'all. Okay. All right. So the meeting of the council is still going on. Please take your conversations, your celebratory conversations outside the council chambers. Again, come on, let's go. Council, all right. Okay, let's please exit and shut the door so we can continue. And can we turn my mic up? Because I'm not sure if they can hear me. All right. Okay, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's get that door shut, y'all.
Item number
Shut
15
the doors.
is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of CWA.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Warren, it's on you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met concerning the resolution confirming impasse vote of City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of CWA, and the committee voted in favor of CWA with a yes vote, and so moved to the council.
All right. This item came with a favorable recommendation, 10 minutes for each side. I'm just waiting for her to get the door shut. All right. Are you prepared? The floor is yours, good sir.
So I'm Sam Stamper, 79 Flicker Street. I'm a police radio dispatcher. And we'd just like to highlight that the current rate of pay between the Memphis fire dispatchers and the police dispatchers is a difference of 4.35%, approximately $3,200 a year. And as police dispatchers, we're taking over 1 million calls, 1.2 million in 2023. That is trending upwards, as well as handling all 911 calls, non-emergency calls, everything. We also take calls for animal control, 311, responsible for calling out tow trucks, entering missing people and stolen vehicles into a nationwide database, as well as covering 10 police radios for each precinct, approximately 20 to 80 officers on each one for each dispatcher. So as the primary safety answering point for the city of Memphis, every 911 call comes to us first. Hopefully you never do, but if you do have to call 911, you're going to hear one of us, me or one of my coworkers, and we're going to say, Memphis 911 emergency, do you need police, fire, or ambulance? So based on that, we'll either go on with our interview if it's a police call, or we transfer it to the fire department for a medical or fire call. Even if we do that, we're still on the line assessing, whether that call is something that may require police as well as other emergency services. So we like to say as police dispatchers, we are the first responders for anyone in an emergency. These are some numbers from the past few years about our call volume. I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see as a trend, between 2021 and 2023, our total call volume has increased approximately 20%. And our total calls for service, this includes things like officer-generated traffic stops, business checks, subject checks, things like that, where it's not coming from a call, but it's coming from an officer over the radio to us, where we are generating a record of it for them so that we know where they are, what they're doing, try to keep them as safe as we can. That has also increased from approximately 700,000 to nearly 900,000 in the past year. So who's handling all of this extra work? Well, it's the same people. It's the same staffing levels approximately over that time. We have a budget and a complement for 152 full-time dispatchers. We currently have 99. The training that it takes to do this job, to do it well, it takes 8 to 12 months from the time you start to the time you are released as a dispatcher and able to handle the job on your own. So you can see at some point, we had 41 people in the training program in 2022 and 98 full-time dispatchers. Of that 41, we gained 4 additional dispatchers. And since then,
excuse me, I hate to stop you. I have members saying they're having a hard time hearing. Could you please speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
You're a little tall. You got to move the mic, sir. Thank you.
All right. So as I was saying, it's a rigorous training program that's difficult to get people through, and we're having a hard time retaining and increasing the number of dispatchers that we have. So as a result of that, we are subject to what we call the draft. It's a mandated extra 4 hours of work. Either your work shift is extended 4 hours or your next shift starts 4 hours earlier in order to cover staffing shortages. And this is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week we're there. The median dispatcher was drafted 76 times last year. Or an extra 38 work days that we were forced to come into work in order to cover these staffing services. So almost 2 additional months of work added on to the standard. And over that time, the other emergency service unions, the MPA and the IAFF, since 2016 have received 31.5% wage increases since 2016, whereas we have received 25.5%. I don't show this to take away anything from them or to begrudge either of those other unions. We could not do what we do without them. But we feel like we're being left behind a little bit and have been for some time. That's responsible for the current disparity we're seeing in our pay. So as the city has proposed a 3% increase, if the council were to elect to go with that proposal, that would increase our disparity with the fire dispatchers from where it is now at $3,100 to nearly $3,500 per year. If you were to accept our proposal of a 5% increase, that gap narrows. They're still ahead of us, but it's only about $1,900 a year at that point. So we do feel better that we're getting closer. We're narrowing the gap. Obviously, our long-term goal would be to have parity within those jobs, for both fire dispatchers and police dispatchers. But this is a step in the right direction. So the city's 3% increase is not necessarily fair to us since we are already behind given the existing disparity between that. So as I mentioned, the city of Memphis has called us for help 1.2 million times over the past year, and now we are calling you for help once. We request that you please answer the call. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Can we have the administration come present? Can we have 10 minutes on the clock? Hey.
All right, good evening or good afternoon again. Chris Allen, Interim EDI Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Understanding that we do have time restrictions, I will kind of breeze through some of this stuff as the last presentation. All right, so I'm going to skip through this slide. We've talked about the financial context previously. We've also talked about our budget challenges and how we're focused on the budget. I'd prefer to spend a little bit more time on the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about today. So looking at the decision point, again, we just kind of want to reiterate that the ask for the city is about 10.8 million. The association's total ask is about 23.9, which leaves us about a $13.1 million difference in the proposed for the city and the ask for the associations. Talking a little bit about the city's position, we are at 3%, which creates no compression across the board for all organizations and all employees to include non-represented. We are also looking to kind of maintain the raise across the board so we don't create any compression or unbalance the budget or create any inequities moving forward. Being good stewards of what we do have, we are looking to pay a one-time $1,500 bonus out of FY24, and the 3% increase we're proposing will be out of FY25. One thing I do want to mention about CWA is they are really well positioned in the market. Right now, they're above market locally, and they are above market nationally as well. All right, so looking at CWA, we did spend some time with them during the month of May, and we met with them, looks like about 5 times. And in that, we were not able to come to an agreement. And so previously, we had agreed that in 2022, we agreed to a 4% increase for FY23. We agreed to a 4% in FY24 with wage openers for the current budget that we are speaking about, which is FY25. In those conversations, we were not able to come to an agreement. And so our last best offer was a 2% increase and a $1,500 bonus. And their last best offer was a 5% increase. So up there, you'll see the city's total economic package to the left. After we close the tables and we're able to do some cooling off and take a look at the budget, we were able to increase our last best offer to 3% and $1,500, which is allowed via the ordinance 5639. CWA's last best offer was 5%. We did attempt to continue conversations with them. Unfortunately, we were not able to close those tables, come to an agreement. And so as of April 29th, they did declare impasse. And on May 14th, the impasse committee did send this down to full council for review. So looking at the financial impact to the city, I want to kind of look at what that looks like. So right now, what the city has proposed is a 3% wage increase, and the financial impact to the budget will be $307,481 with no compression because it is consistent what we're offering across the board. We are, again, offering a $1,500 bonus paid out of fiscal year 24. Roughly, the bonus cost will cost us about $163,500 paid out of FY24, and of course, the 3% will be paid out of FY25. Looking at CWA's ask, they're looking for a 5% wage increase, which would cost the city about $512,000. Without compression, when you include compression, it's about $544,000. The difference looks like it's nominal at $236,666. But when you look at that in the grand scheme of all of the asks of all of the associations, it leads to that number of about $24 million total that they're asking, which is a $13 million difference in what we are proposing. Here's an overview of the history of increases. I believe the gentleman spoke to this as well. As you can see, they've received about 25.5% over the course of the last few years, which kind of exceeds some of the other organizations to include the non-represented employees as well. So just as a reminder, they did receive 13% bonus increase, with 4 of that being negotiated and 9 coming from the budget. Looking at the Lockton survey results, and Lockton is a third-party national organization that reviews salaries and cross-compares across organizations. CWA is currently sitting about 16% above local entities. As you can see at the top there, about 69,000, which is about 5,000 or so above Germantown. If you look down to the left, Lockton talks a little bit about how many organizations they observed, how many employee salaries they reviewed, and the averages and things of that nature. In the bottom right, you can see the pay structure for the police radio dispatcher, and they have structured raises. And so it is the the city's position that they are in a very good position, and they are well above market. So let's talk a little bit about what's in front of you today as far as a council decision. With the budget challenges that are in front of us and trying to prepare a balanced budget, we wanted to prioritize our employees as best we could. But again, the city's position is to consider all employees. And so in addition to CWA, we wanted to ensure that our non-represented employees who do not have a seat at this table are considered and given an increase. And so that's how we landed at the 3% in FY25, with the additional funds coming out of FY24 in the amount of $1,500. We want to be sure that we discuss that because there are some associations and some employees that have not received the same amount of attention and love. And so with that, we are asking the council to agree with our 3% and $1,500 ask. With that, I have no additional information, and I am open for questions.
All right. I'm not sure if we need rebuttal. Do we need rebuttal? Just tell me no. Thank you. All right. So no rebuttal time. So I'm gonna set the stage for the body. And here's my issue with the city's proposal. So I was giving an example. So Councilman Canale here, let's say he makes $75,000. Councilman Smiley makes $80,000. We're sitting at the same table, we're doing the same job. Is that fair? With the same amount of time. Now, what the city administration wants us to believe is that CWA workers should be paid less than the people that are looking across the hallway taking the same amount of calls. I'm not buying it. It just doesn't make any sense. And then I look at the total economic package offered by the city and saw that there was literally, the way I've heard it put, was a rounding error away from reaching an agreement. And if we're truly going to invest in people, we should start by investing in people. Literally. That's it for me. I'll entertain a motion. I see Dr. Warren's in the queue. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we accept CWA's recommendation and add $236,666 to the mayor's budget.
Moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, second. Move electronically. Moved electronically by Dr. Warren, seconded electronically by Fast Fingers Councilman Espinoza. All council members, no members of the queue. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Council members vote. Thank you.
Canale, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chair Smiley, yes.
Thank you. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 16. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Item number 16 is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of IAFF.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee did not give a recommendation, but I will move to the floor for discussion.
All right, move to the floor for discussion. Moved by Canale, seconded by a council member, Councilman JSW. Could the bargaining union prepare to come and make a presentation? And I'm gonna. Somebody told me Thomas Malone runs it anyway, so go ahead. Hold on. Let's get 10 minutes on the clock. Which one is it? All right, don't put that here. Thank you. All right, we got 10 minutes on the clock. Are you ready? Are you prepared, Madam Comptroller? Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. I'm Thomas Malone, President of Memphis Firefighters.
You know this.
Creekside Drive, Memphis 38118. And I'm not going to do a lot of stuff like some of the other people and talk about us against them type stuff. I want you to see on the screen, show the first slide. Every violent scene in this city, Memphis Fire Department is on it. Memphis Fire Department makes every call, every stabbing, every shooting, everything that's up there. We're out there 24/7. That takes a toll mentally, physically on the employees and their families. Next slide. So y'all heard me talk about retention. So this slide here shows you exactly what we're up against. If you look on the left side of that screen, that's 3 employees that went to Collierville that they put on Facebook and thanked the city of Memphis for training these people and sending them there. They're ready to hit the street right off the bat. To the tune of that happening on the one on the right, he went up north to Rhode Island. That's a very small city because he got all of his training. All these people got trained by the city of Memphis and left to higher greener pastures. So when you think about that, look at the next screen. I told you I'm going to be brief because this stuff makes me sick when I get to looking at it too much. So if you look at 2023, we had 235 total people leave. We hired 233 that year. We had 235 leave. And guess what they did? A vast majority went in this area. We had 2 that went to West Memphis. West Memphis makes $2,000 a year less than Memphis. They have a 3% COLA, a multiplier on their pension, and they can earn up to 97% on their pension. Plus, they get to work at the casino over there all they want to make up to $2,000. So when you look at that, 156 resignations. Now, I'm not going to tell y'all that everybody left on their own will. Sometimes they couldn't get their certifications or whatever. But bear in mind that we've hired these people, we've trained these people, and most of these resignations are after 3 or 4 years. So we talk about the money. Let's talk about the money it takes to train these people, do what they have to do for the 3 or 4 years. We would be giving the firefighters a ton of raises if we weren't going through this piece of work that we got here. On the next slide, in 2024, this is at the end of April, we've lost 99 people. In the month of May, we lost 9 more, thus far in the month of May. In June, we've got about 40-something people that are going to probably have to leave because they're not getting their certification. So that's about roughly, by the time at the end of this fiscal year, that's about 150 different people that have left. You heard the chief of the fire department the other day during their budget presentation said, we have to have 5 schools just to keep up. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the money we're spending because we want to be cheap. So, next slide, please. So the city's final offer at the table that occurred after a month of negotiations, on the last day, they offered a 2% raise. We were in session for 9 hours, and we were on the record for 43 minutes. This is not Thomas Malone saying anything. This is all taped. Then, as the gentleman said earlier, they found some more money, apparently, or whatever they do, and their last offer was 3% and a 3-year contract with 2 reopeners after this year, the opening in 25 and 26. The union's final offer was at 5%. And you'll see later on in this presentation why 5%. We understand what's going on in the city. We understand the financial issues that we have. We read all the documents. We did a municipal financial analysis of the city. It's not as bad as I hear, but we understand. So we proposed 5% wage increase July 1 of 24, and we were the only ones that was doing a full contract. So we didn't have just the reopener. We had a 3-year contract we proposed, and so we proposed a 5% wage increase in 25, and then a reopener in 26, and then we increased the driver's pay to match firefighter paramedic. Because if a paramedic got promoted to driver, he took a cut in pay. That doesn't make sense that you take a promotion and you get a cut in pay. So the next slide. You can see here where our offer and their offer, you can see the salaries, and so thus we came to an impasse. skip the next one, Todd, if you will. Let's go to, yeah. So looking at this, you've heard the people talk about this Lockton survey that the city did for all the employees. We didn't even consider the Lockton survey. We had Fort Worth, we had all these major cities that are our size, and they were so far ahead of us, all we did was consider this area. So if you look at Collierville, they're about $4,400 ahead of us, and they're looking at a 5 or 6% raise. Germantown is $4,300 ahead of us, and they're looking at a 5% raise. Shelby County is a little behind us. They got a 6% raise plus some incentives. And how did I know that? I did their contract. So we understand what they got. So when you look at this, all we're asking for this year and next year, because we know what they're doing. You saw what Collierville's doing. And nothing against anybody else. I only negotiate for the firefighters. And when we talk about the job that they do and what happens to them out in the street, some of y'all couldn't stand it. You talk about what they have to see, ladies and gentlemen, 4, 5, 6 times a day. You know, I wake up in the morning and I turn the TV on and look at breaking news, and all I see is fire trucks and shot and stab people. And there the firefighters are. And then look what happened during COVID. During COVID, I don't want to bring up a past tense, but during COVID, everything went to hell in a handbasket. Who did they turn to? They turned it all over to the firefighters, to the fire department. That's what we do. When you're in your worst time of your life, that's who you call, us. And we come out and try to make it the best day of your life, the best we can. So all we're asking is to stay up with the local people. Remember, all these people that are going over there to these surrounding areas, all they have to do is change shirts. They don't change schools. They don't change churches. They don't change where they shop, where they go to the grocery store. All they do is change shirts, make more money, do less work. And that's a cold-hearted fact, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're asking here is a pretty simple thing. We're about, I think we're about $2.7 million apart in our ask. And that's less than 3 cents on the tax roll.
2.9.
2.9? So that's still less than 3%, 3 cents on the tax roll. 1.4 million for a penny.
The value of
I'm asking you to keep your firefighters just in tune with the surrounding areas. I'm not saying Fort Worth or Denver or Austin, all these people coming in here raiding our people. I'm asking you to keep us up with Collierville, Germantown, and the county. And the job that these people do, the call volume, you've heard people talk about call volume. Our call volume, when you make 515 calls a day, you don't just go out there and turn around and come back. You're there for several hours. So the stress and strain on this job is going way out the roof. And I'm asking y'all to water and fertilize this grass for the firefighters and turn it green. Because if we don't, they're going to continue to leave. And that's not an idle threat. That's not me saying that. It's just the facts have proven that out. You see, we're already 100 and something down and going to be about 150 down this year. So we could have an all-time high over that 235. So I understand the tough times, and I understand this is a tough ask. But I'm asking you to support your firefighters for the job they do, not because we're trying to break the bank. And we're still going to be more behind Collierville and Germantown, even with a 5% raise. Thank you very much. I'll reserve my.
Thank you. Hold up. Come back. Because I'm going to ask a quick question. So if the body approves a 5% raise, where does that put us in relation to Collierville and Germantown?
We'll still be number 3.
Even with the raise?
Yes. They're going to get the same raise. From our understanding says that they're getting 5%. Bartlett's getting 4% plus a comparable wage increase. So everybody's coming after us.
Has the governing bodies approved this, or this is just speculative at this point?
They've not actually had it done, but
this is the proposal. So you think this is what's been proposed by the administration? Those are current.
Oh no, those are current figures.
And so, all right, this is the current salary right here.
Yes.
And the 5% raise, where does that put us on this list?
It would still believe us number 3 with what Germantown and Collierville's going to get.
So that put us number 3 even without them increasing theirs?
No, they're going to increase it.
No, that's not, okay. So let's say they don't increase it. Let's say this is this is right now. If we approve a 5% increase today, where does that put us?
I see what you're saying. We'll be a little bit behind COG with Germantown with a 5% raise if they didn't get nothing.
Okay, so where does that put us? I can't hear you.
We'll still be 3.
Still be 3, even without them increasing theirs.
Correct.
That's what I was trying to get you to.
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. Without the increase, they would still be a little bit. They're 40-something hundred, so you can figure the 5% would be about 3,600. So they'd still be. They're 4,400 and 4,300 ahead of us.
I think the gentleman beside you is coming to bring you some more specific numbers.
Oh yeah, that's the new. He just figured up the new rate. That's not what you're asking.
Okay.
The new rate, we're going to be number 3, even with if they didn't get anything with our raise.
Okay. That's really what I wanted to hear, and that's the point I was hoping you would drive home sooner. And you said you was going to be brief. All right, Mr. Ball, I'm done teaching you. Can we get a presentation from the administration?
Thank you, Chairman. Chris Allen, 125 North Main, interim EDI officer for the city of Memphis. Thank you again. I want to thank the firefighters that come out and the ones that defend us every day and protect the city because they do a tremendous job in protecting the city. Just for brevity, we will skip straight down to the conversation points. Chairman Smiley, I'm taking your lead on this.
All right, you're making a good argument. You're starting off good.
Sir. So coming straight to the city's position, as previously stated, we are offering a 3% out of FY25 with a $1,500 bonus paid out of FY24. The reason for the 3% is so that we reduce and actually mitigate all compression across the board. As previously discussed, a higher raise for certain organizations or associations would create some inequities and potentially lead to some bumps in the budget down the road. So being good stewards, that's how we came up with the 3% $1,500 bonus. We are looking to meet the Labor Association somewhere, and we're near where they're asked. Unfortunately, we do have budget restrictions that do not allow us to meet them 100%, at least from where we stand. All right, so looking at the month of March, we met with Fire about 7 times, kind of talking through some things. They had a full book open. At the end, the last day, March 28th, we were not able to close. We actually agreed on everything but 2 articles, and because of that, we were not able to close the table in its entirety. The city's last best offer at that time was 2%, and with a wage reopener, in FY25 and a wage reopener in FY26, 26 and 27. IAFF did reject that offer, and we're not interested in that. And so their last best offer was a 5% increase for FY25 and a 5% increase for FY26 with a wage opener in FY27. Since we were not able to come to an agreement, there was a cooling off period. The city did reassess their budget and their financial standings and were able to offer a 3% increase out of FY25 and a $1,500 bonus out of FY24, trying to, again, meet the ask of the organizations. And so we are taking that money out of FY24 for the bonus. All right, so let's take a look at the last best offers. If you'll see, to the left, that's the city's last best offer right there with a 3% and a $1,500 bonus. IAFF's offer was 5% for FY25, 5% for FY26, with a wage opener on FY27. To the left, you'll see the final language that the city proposed, and to the right, you'll see the economic package for IAFF, the total economic package. We did not come to an agreement on the financial piece of it, so the terms were up in the air only because we did not agree to the financial piece of it. All right, so looking at the breakdown of the city's total economic package, again, that's a 3% increase for FY25 and a one-time bonus paid out of FY26. And below you'll see the agreement we proposed for Article 47, which was the wage increase, the 3% wage increase for FY25, and the reopeners for FY26 and FY27. IAFF's proposal is to the left, written out, just pretty much the same way we discussed it. And of course, we were not able to come to an agreement on that, so we ended up at impasse because of our inability to come to an agreement. All right, so let's take a look a little bit at the financial impact to the city. And I want to be very clear about this ask. This is a multi-year agreement that we are talking about. So when we look at the city's proposal, it is $4.4 million for FY25 alone, because the bonuses will come out of FY24. IAFF's proposal is $7.4 million, including compression for FY25, which is only about $2.9 million between our offer and their ask for the first year, but we must observe that there is additional $7.7 million that will come into play for FY26, totaling $15.19 million, and the difference between those two numbers is about $10.7 million. And again, that's because they have a multi-year ask, and we are proposing 3% for the first year with 2 wage openers. So taking a look at the history of the increases that have been proposed and accepted for IAFF, they've received about 31.5% increase. As you can see, that's leaps and bounds above some of the represented organizations and some of those non-represented employees that also support fire as well. And so with that being said, they negotiated 5% last fiscal year, and 9% of another 9% was added from the budget alone, which gave them a 14% increase. So what we did is took a look at the history of increases in bonus, and we looked at the average salary for an employee during this time frame. So if we look at May 2016, the average salary for a firefighter was about $63,664. And to date, that would actually be about $83,327. And that's because they've received about 30.9% of increase over the course of this time period, which would be July of 16 to now, which is an average increase of about 3.9% a year. Looking at the Lockton survey, you can see the numbers as they are prepared. According to Lockton, our firefighters are in a pretty good position from what across the board of where we are standing across the nation and locally. As you can see, we're doing pretty good. The firefighter private is a little bit below, but other than that, all of our other areas are doing pretty well. We don't have a ton of resignation going on in the department. We do have some resignation rates, but some of that is around the fire private too. And some of those are inability to obtain certain certifications or pass training. And so those people are not able to move forward. And specific to Mr. Malone's point of people leaving, yes, we have had a few of our firefighters leave and change shirts here locally, but it's worth noting that over the last year, specifically from January of last year to current, we've had about 30 of those firefighters return, 30 of those firefighter paramedics return. 20 of those were last year for FY23, and currently we have 10 that have returned back to the organization because they loved us. All right, so let's talk a little bit again about the council's decision. So we are at a place where our budget does face challenges. And because of those challenges, we attempted to produce a offer that was in line with the budget and was people-focused. And so we attempted to prioritize our people in that manner. And again, so the focus of the administration is all employees. And so we are interested in ensuring that all employees receive something from the city of Memphis to show them that, one, we appreciate them, and two, we do care. Again, if we were to look at the ask of the entirety of all of the organizations that are asking, for year one, it would be about a $13.1 million difference in what we are proposing to what they are asking. And again, I want to remind that this is a multi-year agreement totaling about $15 million for the ask of IFF. And I am available for questions if there are any. That concludes my presentation.
All right, we have two eager. You want to rebut? You sure? You gonna get in trouble?
I don't think so.
Thomas.
The presentation that was made about the Lockton survey and the salary he showed up there was a lieutenant's salary. That's not a firefighter. That's boots on the ground firefighter. That's a lieutenant's salary. They chose that. And so, and we talk about this bonus that that they want to give out of this year's budget. I'm not sure where all that's at because our overtime is through the roof because we're losing people at a steady pace. So I'm not sure about that. And y'all didn't hear me get up here and tout that we're #1 fire department and all that. You can see the numbers for yourself that we're #3 just in this area. And ladies and gentlemen, that is really, really sad. Thank you.
I just have a general question. So are they coming back because they love us? Do we know why they're coming back? Is there some type of survey to speak specifically why they're coming back? You know, I love Memphis, but I want to know why they're coming back.
I don't believe we have a survey specific to their return, but I can tell you what we have learned from talent management.
Is it because are we providing them some type of incentive to come back? That's just what I want to know.
No, there is no incentive. I believe, and we can talk to talent management about specifics, I believe they're coming back because of pay and things such as, you know, equipment and software and things that we have that other smaller agencies don't. So that in turn makes their job a little bit easier, but we can speak to a little bit more if you. So
I don't necessarily know how it can be paid if the numbers say that we're being paid less.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
You said they're coming back. One of the reasons you think they're coming back is because of pay. But when we look on the screen during the presentation, it shows that they're being paid less. So they're coming back to be paid less? That's what they want?
I can't say that they're coming back to be paid less. These people that are returning are coming back with experience, so they wouldn't come in at the bottom pay depending on their experience. They would receive monies for their experience in the pay or from whatever organization. So without having a specific person, they're receiving additional pay to come back.
Good job, Mr. Allen. I like a good argument.
Mr. Chairman, I can tell you why some of them come back. They left for easier job with all their certifications and all their training. When they got to some of these jobs, even though they were making more, they weren't happy not doing the firefighting and the EMS stuff that we do here in Memphis. The adrenaline was gone from their job. That's why a lot of them are coming back. We average 4.5 working fires a day. Chicago don't do that per capita. So that's why they're coming back, for the action, the ones that are coming back. And by the way, the fire chief of the department has the full autonomy to let them come back or not. So obviously, the ones that have come back were good employees and they missed the action. It's not about them because they left for greener pastures and wasn't quite greener. As I said, water and fertilize this grass and make it greener and we'll stay here.
Mr. Malone said water the grass, y'all. We have two council members in the queue, Councilman Canale. Well, Vice Chairman Canale, the floor is yours, and then Councilwoman Green, assuming she still wants to stay in the queue. And to note, she's wearing red today. Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief person, Mr. Allen, I don't know who wants to answer this. The $1,500 bonus proposed for fire, where's that money coming from? Please don't say vacant positions if we just transferred $12 million from the unassigned fund balance to cover.
Could you repeat the question, please?
The $1,500 bonus proposed for fire, where's that coming from?
Vacancies.
So how is that possible if we just had to transfer $12 million out of the unassigned fund balance to cover, because you said we couldn't make payroll?
I never said that we couldn't make payroll, but I will say
Chief
this.
Adams.
Let me say this relative to the increase for fire. Fire is currently at 91% of their budget with, I believe, about 2 months left, maybe a month and a half left to operate. They got at least 3 pay periods. I hope they come in under budget. Last year, we were $7 million over budget for fire. And I have the annual report that I can share to prove that. So we were actually dinged by the state for violating the law, which is the adopted budget. However, with that being said, that was the plan of the administration, is to cover all of the bonuses with vacancies. And I understand the point that's been made, and it is a valid point. And I think that the biggest thing that we probably need to do is collaborate and discuss fire's funding strategy for their various positions and the 101 positions that were not funded that have been acknowledged by both sides. And then we can get to some clarity on it.
Okay, understand. I'm not frustrated with you. I'm not mad at you.
Oh, I'm not frustrated either. I'm just trying to explain.
But I'm very confused.
Pretty much I've been cut off every time I've tried to explain the process. So I just decided to give you the process.
So I'm still confused why we had to make a transfer out of the unassigned fund balance if we had this leftover money from vacant positions within fire.
Because fire needed all of their funding to cover their active employees.
So what my question is, and to Councilman Canales' point, so that we can understand. I understand that we're addressing the bonuses with vacant positions. I think what Councilman Canales is attempting to get at is, if we could address bonuses with vacant positions, how come we didn't address the shortfall with the 101 officers with those same vacant positions? Would it have been possible to do that?
We could have done that. Then why at the time that we were planning for the budget, there was no interest in the possible diminution of services. The administration's goal, if you look at the overall budget plan, was to actually increase services across the board. I mean, if you look at the $20 million of extra ad for youth, for crime, for various other things, there was no interest in removing or vacating positions at that time.
Council members, if I can. So let me say this one statement, and then I'm gonna be quiet, and I think Councilman Kyle is gonna be quiet too. I think, and I'm just gonna take the responsibility for it. I think what we should have done when we had those 101 officers, when we were told that 101 officers were not accounted for, what we should have done as a body, when we said, hey, we need to take this money out of unassigned fund balance to address the shortfall, address the fact that these 101 officers were not accounted for in the budget. We should have said, are there any other options? Because what it seems to me is, when it was presented to this body, that the only option to pay for the 101 officers was to go pull money from the unassigned fund balance. What it seems to be is there was another option on the table. And I'm just gonna take the blame for it, because I don't wanna throw anybody else under the bus. But I should have asked whether or not there was another option. So I'm just gonna leave it at that, but I will do better next time.
All right. So if I can explain the source and the logic behind the vacancies and the use of vacancies with respect to the bonuses. Vacancies with regard to the bonuses would be, from a general fund perspective, would be enterprise-wide. So it's not necessarily from fire or police. It is the use of total vacancies and total amount with regard to individual employee. So you take your total vacancy amount, number of employees, you divide the numbers up, and you get the amount that you have. With regard to the conversation that you were speaking, specifically in fire, there are different classifications that did not get funded. So there's not a one-for-one that you could have filled those different, you could have funded those different positions. And so I do have Chief Sweat here that can speak to that. Chief Sweat did raise the flag early in last fiscal year, or this current fiscal year, to have that acknowledged. But they were different positions, so it's not a one-for-one. And I will say this, had we not addressed it and continued on, you would be looking at a major increase or variance in your budget going forward in FY25 to acknowledge the addition of the 101 employees. So it is adjust now or adjust later, but we would have adjusted to address the absorption of the 101 employees.
I get that. So I just want one question answered, and
yes, sir.
Just so I can better understand, was it, if I would have asked the administration, is there another way to address the unbudgeted for fire personnel? Would one of the available proposals presented to this body, if I would ask that question, would one of the proposals be we can use some of vacant positions, or that's not feasible? I just want to know if it's feasible, if it would have been feasible.
From our perspective,
I don't know.
No, from our perspective, no, because those positions reside in a different legal level that would have actually run over budget. And so that personnel line would have run over budget into what Chief Person stated. We've already run over budget, and so we needed to actually address that. So again, we could have adjusted that by moving money from different legal levels to cover, or we could have taken from fund balance to acknowledge 101 employees that were never, ever included in the budget. So we still would have had to acknowledge those positions notwithstanding. They would either been acknowledged in FY24 or moving into FY25.
So have we ever adjusted with different legal levels to attempt to address some shortfalls before?
Yes, sir, we have.
So if we've done that before, how come it wasn't presented as an option this time? Because we've done it before. So I think what you're saying is we're trying to get away from that practice. Is that what you're saying? And if we get away from that practice, this is the best way to address it.
In this particular case, when you have such a large number of positions and the positions were never included, yes, sir. Especially when and again, I still go back to, you still be asking us, Adams, Person, how did we miss 101 employees that were on our books for 12 months? How did we miss them? When we're looking at adding them in FY25.
So I understand it's something where we shouldn't, I guess a practice we're trying to get away from.
Yes, sir.
I guess, going forward, hopefully we're never again, because Walters is the man. But going forward, if we're ever in a situation similar to that, what I would hope that is presented to council is more than one option. You say, hey, here's option one, here's option two, here's the reasons we shouldn't take these other options, but give the council an opportunity to ultimately decide, because the information that we receive, and I think I speak for the entire body when I say this, the information that we received as related to funding for those 101 officers was, this is the only way possible. We got to do this or we're not going to make payroll. So I would hope that, going forward, that we receive just, let us know what the options are. But I understand what we're trying to do at this point. With that, I'm going to get out of the queue. I'm going to end with Councilman Canale.
And
but
I'll say this: hindsight is 20/20, and I respect
That's
and
fair.
I hear everything that you all are saying with respect to that, and we'll give you better and whole context with respect to what's happening. Ours was not to spend a lot of time talking about what happened in the past and who shot John. Ours was to fix the problem. And again, ours was to address the issue. We could have given you a broader context. We could have given you the options. I hear you. We'll make sure that we do so, and we'll address it better in the future.
Okay, so for me, I think we always do a good job of questioning. We're all channeling our inner Cheyenne Johnson. But I just, it makes me want to kind of be more, hesitant or skeptical to believe when we are presented with information when, today we found out, there's another option. Although it may have been, less than advisable to do, it just sounds like, that's why, one of the reasons to say, I say candor all the time, like tell us all the information so we can make an informed decision based on all the information you all have. That's what we want. We're asking for all the information you all have. There was one of my reservations, one of my pushbacks as it relates to the previous administration. It felt like we were always getting information at the very last minute saying, hey, you must vote on it. And right now, I have this feeling, I'm feeling the same way I felt, the previous 4 years, and I don't like this feeling. And I don't think any other council member likes this feeling either. Just don't like it. With that being said, Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, I could echo a lot of what you have just said and my frustration about it. Because I think what I actually said was I was baffled about how we got to the point where we were not going to make payroll the next week. It wasn't just like in the future. It was very much we're over the barrel. You have to make this vote right now to fund it this way, or else you're going to have 101 firefighters who aren't going to get paid. And that is a really hard thing for me to swallow, sitting here today and hearing that there is a whole nother option, an option that you're actually using to increase wages by bonuses in the following year. I want to get back to the actual impasse, though, and we can come back to that other issue at some other time, or not. We may have already said it. But, one thing I keep hearing in the administration's presentations over and over again, and I got to sit through, lucky me, 4 impasse hearings. And so I heard it 4 other times, and now I've heard it multiple times today, which is we want to treat all of our employees fairly, so we're giving everybody an equal raise and bonus, and that's our offer. And what I said in my impasse hearings, I feel the need to say it again today, which is I have 3 children, and treating them fairly does not mean treating them equally. And the men and women of our fire department are quite literally putting their lives on the line every single day, multiple times a day. They are not the same as me. What I do up here, I wouldn't be asking for a 5% raise. And I look back at what they've received over the last few years, since the pandemic especially, and I know what they did through our healthcare, implement our COVID-19 vaccine. They saved lives. They saved our communities. They reopened our schools. They reopened our restaurants. They got businesses back open because they helped administer that vaccine. And that's on top of the job of putting out fires and responding to violent calls and to mental health calls, to being, navigators in that space too. And they are top in the nation. And the idea that we have 235 people leave and we have to feel like we are treading water with 233 more, that we would deny them something that is a difference of 2 million is astonishing to me. Because again, I get that you want to be good to all the employees of the city of Memphis. We all, maybe not me, but a lot of people, we heard some people earlier today, our code inspectors, our people who work in solid waste, they have important jobs, they have hard jobs. But treating everybody the same is not treating everybody fairly. That equal is not fair. And I think it's more important that we look at what these jobs entail. And I know there's a couple of other members in the queue, so I'm going to let them go, Chair, but then I'm ready to call the question.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Dr. Met. Dr. Met, I like that better.
I'll take it. Questions, because we've been obviously seeing the same slides every HR portion of the presentation. What exactly, which unfilled positions are you all looking at? And what really had me asking that question was when AFSCME presented and they said they were looking at unfilled positions. So which unfilled positions are we looking at to reach the proposed 3% in bonus? And then also, as we're over here, flabbergasted about this option, was there a thought to take those unfilled positions funding and putting it back in our unassigned fund balance? Or were we just gonna go straight to that and use for increases? So do y'all have, where are the unfilled positions? Whose positions are going to whose raises? Do y'all have a breakdown of that? Like it's 100 here, it's 40 here, it's 30 here.
The Human Resources Department has a detailed list of unfilled positions as well as the duration of those unfilled positions. So yes, that does exist. The salary and fringe benefit dollars associated with those positions also exist. It tends to move around a fair amount from month to month. But we were looking at those that tended to be 12 months or older to address the issues. With that being said, I can't say exactly which position.
No, I know you can't say that now, but is there something we can get?
But to your point, I agree that that money could be repatriated at some point to the unassigned fund balance. But with that being said, the idea being, and I come back to this as a threshold issue, we violated the law last year.
Who?
The city of Memphis violated the law last year. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we did not submit an ACFR with a balanced budget. We were over because we under budgeted for fire and police. We were trying to address that this year. Our goal, as was stated by the mayor and was stated by me, is full transparency. And that's always been my goal.
No, I know that. I'm not questioning that. I want a list of the unfilled positions that we're looking at to get the money from, to see where the money is coming from for whom, right? So what divisions are they coming from? Does that equal up to exactly what you're proposing in this? Or is there other monies that's supposed to be brought towards that 3% in that bonus, right? And then if it's not 3% in that bonus, what's that total? So we can see, is that compatible to what at least item 14 and 15 that we'd approved already?
Absolutely. Right? I'll work with HR to get that information.
So yeah, I don't expect you to have it right now, right here, but I would think that would be a good part of the budget discussion, because I don't think we've asked that question before today, where that money was coming from. So knowing that it's coming from unfilled positions, I would want to know, where divisions and what departments are those positions in that we're taking that money from?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So that's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Issa Thomas. All right, so hopefully someone has the answer now, but I'm probably not. If we took every vacant position in the city of Memphis and we turn it into dollars, How much money are we talking?
I cannot tell you that now off the top of my head, but that was the discussion during early on, and we did look at from different fund levels or different fund areas, meaning the enterprise fund, then solid waste fund, and the general fund, and we identified what those vacancy dollars look like. That is no different than what we've done as a team before when we awarded vacancies. We awarded bonuses. We have awarded bonuses from the vacancies.
Okay.
And what we did, Councilman Smiley, is exactly what you talked about. We looked at enterprise-wide the amount of vacancies, you divide it by the number of employees, general fund, enterprise fund, solid waste fund, and if approved, we awarded the bonuses.
Oh.
And we did so using the bonuses at the heel of that fiscal year.
So I get it. I'm not sure if the council is concerned with that logic, but you made a good argument. So I would note that. Okay. What I think, I'm trying not to talk about the other side of the street, but I'm going to do it this one time. If we took, I think I could get the numbers wrong. If we took every position that's been vacant for, say, 20 months or greater, how much money are we talking about? Like, you just can't have vacant positions on the book for the purposes of trying to find ways to manipulate the budget to fill in holes. Like, that's not a good way to operate. I think if we actually looked at how we are handling vacancies and eliminated some of the ones that have been on the books for 2 years, we're probably talking about the proposed tax increase being much less than 75 cents. So this is what I want, and I think we're gonna get through the rest of these pretty quickly. What I want to see at the next council meeting is two things. One, take account of all the vacant positions across the various divisions and put a dollar sign on it. That's one thing. And then two, what I would like to see is we take all the vacant positions that are, I think 18 months, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilwoman Green, 18 months or greater, and put the dollar sign on it. But then also we want to break it down by various divisions so we know exactly what we're doing. I think that'll help give the council more information as we go through budget wrap up, because we've increased the budget. I think it was 13 million plus, assuming we approve all of the bargaining unit proposals, and we need to know what we're doing. But it's hard for us to budget accurately if we just don't have the information. And I'm gonna say this, and I think here's why I'm concerned going forward, because the administration says, trust us, trust us, trust us. The council says, okay. And then the very first chance we get, when we find out something is not right, at the very last minute, you say, hey, we have these firefighters. And I know someone in the administration knew that these fire personnel were not accounted for prior to coming to the council. So I don't want to keep relitigating that. Just don't like it. I'm going to say it one more time. I just don't like it. The council doesn't like it. And it makes us reluctant when you all bring us information, when we feel like there's information that you all have and we don't, especially when we find out, during this process. So I'm going to say that I think Councilwoman Easter Thomas, she's out the queue. Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, then Vice Chair Canal is going to close us out. And we're going to get through the rest of these pretty quickly. So those of you presenting, y'all heard me say it before, the word going forward will be brevity. Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to ask that when you bring that information to him, we also have a conversation or be informed on all of the areas that need to be on the table. There are some things that you all have alluded to and said that are going to impact or having an impact on how we move forward. We can approve all of these today, but if we don't know where we are truthfully, and I know that there, like you said, I understand that the 101 people were pushed onto this budget to ensure that we had a balanced budget, but that throws us off, now where we are, and we're trying to approve these impasse budgets and don't have all the information. So when you come back, also bring anything that we need to know that is going to impact the budget so that we can lay everything out on the table, because we're actually moving forward right now blindly. And I don't think that's fair to the citizens of Memphis, and it's not your fault necessarily, but it's your responsibility at this point, along with ours. So if you all could just lay it out there, because you know the information, we don't. In addition to what Chairman Smiley asked, I would like for you all of the different ways and things that you all did that, as you stated a minute ago, actually was not legal or, was not something that you would want to do now. So moving forward, how are we going to handle it? How do we get out of where we are, bring some of those options, as been mentioned, to where we could pull that in addition to the vacancies or the attrition that, that situation, so we can have a fresh look at where we are and decide as a body and as administration leadership where we need to go to right size everything. So that's what I would, and I appreciate you all being transparent and bringing that forward. That's the only way we're going to right size everything and move forward. Very transparent. Thank you.
So this item, the item that we're talking about today, I spoke to Chief Hyman, and she's going to add it to executive committee at the next council meeting. But here's one more thing to add it to that list of information that I think the council would like to know, because we have to understand what we're working with here. Also add any promotions, title changes, and raises done within the last 18 months. So we would like to see that. I'm going to leave it at that. Councilwoman Logan, thank you. I'm going to take you out the queue. Issa Thomas, I'm going to take you out the queue. Councilman Spinoza, Cooper Sutton, then I'm going to let Vice Chairman. Okay, so I'm gonna put you before Councilman Canale, and then we're just gonna close the queue. Because
thank you.
I think I hear the sentiments of this body at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of this goes back to what I brought up yesterday in the general services discussion, but if you look at the general fund and you look at page 7 and page 8, and you add up all the expenditures, they don't add up in your FY25 proposed budget. And the administration's FY25 proposed budget, okay? When you look at, I requested a couple months ago to get the actual spend, I'm speaking to the council here, through the third quarter to do some research, because we've been told for 2 months now that we're wildly off and that we've got to raise taxes, and it hasn't added up. I'm encouraged that we're here today and that we're talking about these things, because I feel pretty good about the fact that this council is continuing to ask the right questions. This is the first of 4 years that we're going to be doing this stuff together, but we've got to get better at this. There was a term we would say trust but verify when I was here last time. It's a new administration, a new council, and I'm proud of the questions that we're asking. But the data that I got on actuals through the third quarter, we were under budget in fire. We were at 68%. And I was trying to figure out, why do we do $10 million for that? I mean, and we were told that, Councilwoman Green, and Chairman Smiley, you did ask, is there any other option? I mean, we all asked that question, and we were told, no, we have to do this. We have to do this. I mean, I think a lieutenant if Mr. Malone's in the room still, I think a lieutenant pay was $75,000. I mean, 101 positions at $75,000, that still doesn't hit the $10 million ask. So there's a lot of questions that we have. I'm excited to get the answers to the questions. Raising taxes is like, no, public safety is number one. We have to support fire. We have to support police. This place is going to be a ghost town if we don't give them what we need. I'm going to ask that you get us a position control report. I think that's the report that Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and I wrote it down in here, and I don't think I asked for that yesterday, but I think that's the report that we need. So if you could add a position control report to the chairman's ask for executive. And then just one other thing. I mean, there's $29 million missing from last year's budget. It's line item 056195, 056196. It's MPD salary recovery, $16 million, and Memphis Fire Department salary recovery, $13 million. And so we're going to get through this. We have to get through this. But I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate the transparency today. We got 30 days. And I think the next week's going to be pretty exciting.
Yes, sir. And thank you for re-asking that question, because I did want to address it yesterday, but due to the limitations on time, I was not allowed to answer those questions. But you are very correct. Those two line items are missing. We produced a budget book less than 48 hours after the budget was finalized and presented to council. The ideal system that we would have used was not available for that time frame. So we relied on a backup system. And I take full responsibility for the fact that we tied out each and every summation line. So the personnel services line that you're referring to is tied out to the penny. So is materials and supplies. So is capital outlay. However, those two recovery lines are missing. And those are recovery lines from 245. So you will get a revised budget book within the next week or so. It'll also have a revised forecast in it, because that forecast was generated in December. And that forecast is generated by divisions on their own volition.
Thank you for that.
So we will be addressing a lot of the concerns that you've expressed, and that is not foreign to how the city has normally done business.
That's right. And it's been, if we haven't pushed and pushed and pushed to get these answers, what would we have approved? You know, and I ask, and so I appreciate the council.
Again, like Councilman, to your point,
and I say that
planning to produce a revised budget book,
and I say that so respectfully. Look, we got,
and I definitely appreciate the criticism, but there was no interest in misleading. Again, if you look at the numbers today, they match the numbers that you received. Those two line items were inadvertently missed.
Walter, I appreciate you, and I know that you appreciate the tremendous frustration that we're all feeling today based off some of this stuff. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Chief Adams, brevity.
For clarity. So what we're saying is the 69% spend for fire that Councilman Spinoza is mentioning comes from the forecast that was reported in December. Is that?
I'll have to see the documentation because the third quarter forecast that I saw 78% for personnel services, but I'll be willing to see whatever.
So let's do it like this. Yeah, I mean, and again, I mean this respectfully. You sent it to me. It was the first 3 quarters actual. So let's look at it this way, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Send us mid-year actuals through third quarter actuals, and then maybe at the end of May we could see all the way up, to end of May actuals. That would be great, and I think that would just tell us a good story on where we stand.
All right.
I'd be glad to.
So,
thank you, sir.
So with the report that Councilman Spinoza requested, make sure you just send it to all the council members. I think it's important that we all have a general understanding of where we are and where we're going. Okay, so with that, thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilman Canale to close us out and make a motion. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, and I'll make it short, Chairman. Councilman Spinoza asks, we need the actuals and to compare it to the budget, to look at the budget variances and where we are. To get us where we need to be and to understand. And you're exactly right. I concur with what you said. We've been moving very fast. I'm a new council person. I have a lot of questions for myself and also for my constituents. But this is the time that we're going to have to get it right. Doing the $10 million, I'm just going to keep harping on it because I ask, how could that happen? And they quoted me in the Daily Memphian that I said it was ridiculous. And I think the previous council and where we are, we know exactly what happened. Nobody just wants to say what happened, but we're here now. Know exactly what happened. I said in the previous council meeting and committee, our dirty draws are being aired out. And this is where we are. But we're going to get it right together. I think this is great dialogue. I think this is happening for a reason. And it needs to be done, whether we like it or not. We got to get to the bottom of it. And whoever is here or isn't here, discredited or credited, you screwed up. And that's just that. But we're here now. And we got to get it right for us, one Memphis, so we can advance and move forward. We all make mistakes. We all make errors. We ask a lot. I see you all write down a lot. But that vacancy, I think I mentioned that to Chief Adams, and he said that he would get that to us. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. We'll get that to you.
He would get that to us. Because Councilman Canali asked for that how long ago? Okay, I like that smile. So it's just going to take time. And we may sound repetitive for asking certain things, but we got to get it done. And I appreciate this administration. I appreciate the team. I appreciate what everybody is doing. But we got to get it right this time. We got 4 years to get this crap right. And we're going to get it right together.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Calley, you know what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion to support the brave men and women of the Memphis Fire Department, the best fire department in the United States, and accept the total economic package of IAFF and add $2,969,831 to the budget.
Moved by Canali, seconded by myself. Madam Comptroller, please prepare the screen. Council members, please vote. All right.
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes. Please show Councilmember White as voting yes.
All right, thank you. This item passes. I don't know where my thing is. Okay. Brevity. So, council members, we understand that we have some concerns. I think we relayed our concerns the past couple of bargaining units, so we don't necessarily need to ask a million questions this time. Your concerns, show your concerns with your vote. All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 17.
Item number 17 is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of IBEW.
Woman Green, not the blue. The floor is yours, ma'am.
I just want to make sure this is for IAMAW because she said IBEW. Okay,
You're correct, Councilwoman Green. It's a lot of
It's a lot of letters. It's a lot of letters. It's real late. We're gonna let it slide. So the committee met. There were only 2 of us present, so we sent it down without a recommendation.
All right, to the bargaining unit, to the administration, I think you see where this is going. I'm going to tell you this. Be brief. You can use your full 10 minutes, or you could be brief. All right. And this chair sides on brevity. All right, so bargaining unit, you present first. Administration, you present first. And I will be deeply disappointed if you use 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. The rest of the honorable council. My name is Christopher Harrington. I am the business representative for the IMAW, which is the Machinist Union. For those of you that don't know, we represent the machinist, which the machinist, they basically do all of the work on anything that has gasoline running through it. So if a cop car goes out, we're working on it. Fire truck goes out, we're working on it. Garbage truck goes out, we're working on it. So with that being said, firemen, police, they're the lifeblood of this city, but they don't go out unless our guys work on what they need. I've heard everybody is a first responder today.
So real quick, so we're talking about the mechanics, the welders.
Mechanics, welders, automotive restoration, those kind of things. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through slides with you. Y'all have seen plenty of slides today. The information's all basically the same. The only thing we looked at going into this, not the only thing, but the thing that caught our eye was the locked-in survey.
Let me make this easier for you.
Sure, yes, sir.
Because I'm just going to make it easier. Tell me why. Tell me why this body should support it. Just
why you should support it, because over the years we have taken less wages, taken less raise than other associations, and I'm not trying to compare us to other associations. What we really want out of this is we see the $1,500 bonus. We want to convert that to real wages. We want that. That's a difference of basically 2.5% for the machinist, which brings the total package for the city from 3% with a $1,500 bonus, basically makes it 5.5%. Our ask was 7% because according to the locked-in survey, we are roughly on the low end 9% behind other entities locally. We're not going to look at Denver. We're not going to look at Chattanooga. We're not going to look at those. We're only
when you say other
with
entities locally,
Sorry, sir.
when you say other entities locally, you're talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about the other municipalities. Got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The only difference between us and some of these other associations is that we actually have to compete with our jobs with the private sector because can't go be a cop in the private sector necessarily, but you can go be a mechanic in the private sector. So the city and municipality is actually having to compete with the private sector, but we're not going to worry about that. Your direct competition is the smaller municipalities locally. I have no doubt the council's going to do what's best. Our members do not want to see tax increases because they're also citizens and your constituents, and a tax increase to pay for their wage is just, it's a continuous circle. Things going back and forth. It is. I understand your issues. I understand where you're coming from. Vacancies are the reason why, obviously, that we're able to give a $1,500 bonus to every employee. I don't understand that from a budgetary item. I understand that going forward, the first thing you do whenever you're setting a budget is you use your employees to set your employee wages when you're setting a budget. I understand what you go through. I'm a sitting city councilman myself, so I do understand the budget process. So with those things going forward, I know that you have to do those things. And I know that money can be moved from one section to another, and when you don't finish a project, that money don't just sit there. You will move that money to the next year's budget. So that money that we're saying can only be used in year 2024 can actually be brought forward to year 2025. So with that being said, I will reserve the rest of my time. We're asking for 7%, and I will reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
All right, Councilman. Administration, Ms. Allen? On the same page. All right. I will note that you're doing a really good job, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Chris Allen, 125 North Main, Interim Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer. So, just to get to the meat and potatoes, we'll just go straight to the slides, understanding that you're kind of understanding a little bit about requesting our why. And so what we are, as previously proposed, is 3% raise out of FY25 with the $1,500 bonus out of FY24. What you see on the screen here is the last best offer for the city, which would be the 3% with the $1,500 bonus, and the union is requesting a 7% increase. Looking at that, what that cost the city, it's roughly about $197,000 for FY25. If you were to accept the city's offer of 3%, IBEW or the machinists are looking for a 7% increase with compression. That's about $465,000 with the city, with a difference of about $267,000 between the two proposals. And again, this may seem small, but in the grand scheme, it does add to the overall difference between the two of the offers, which would be about $13.1 million. This kind of covers the history of their increases. Similarly to some other organizations, they have received increases over the past couple of years. Obviously not as much as some of the other associations, but they did receive increases. Looking at the Lockton survey results, you kind of see where they fall into the market. Not doing too bad, and they are competitive according to the data that we have observed. Looking at the resignation rate for them, we don't really have a recruitment and retention issue with this particular group because for FY23, we had 0 resignations. And from January to current, we've had about 6, but 5 of those are retirements with 1 resignation. I also would like to note that over the course of the last year and a half, they've actually increased their complement specifically in general services, and so they've hired up some additional headcount. And here we are again arriving at the final decision. Just kind of pretty much restating what we've said once before, or actually this will be the 4th time I believe, where we stand with the 3% and the $1,500 bonus. If you were to approve all of the asks for FY25 for the organizations, there will be a difference of $13.1 million in the asks. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I see that the bargaining unit does not have time to rebut. All right, I'm in the queue. I move that we accept the total economic package of total economic package of IMAW. I hope I said that correctly. And amend the budget in the amount of $267,760. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Dr. Warren. No questions. Madam Controller, could you please read the screen? Please vote.
Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Espinosa, yes. Swearengin Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item 18.
Item number 18 is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of IBEW.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Yes. The committee met and we sent it down without recommendation.
There was no recommendation. Administration bargaining unit, I ask you all to be brief. Just give us the why. We don't need the PowerPoints. I think this body could read. We want to understand why. 10 minutes on the clock. Don't use all your 10 minutes.
Was it a PowerPoint? Nah, it was just a PDF? Yeah, just a PDF. Just call it a PDF.
Hey, Brim.
I'll tell you what, don't even worry about it. I got it. I'm good. I got it. Okay. I got it.
You can proceed. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, council members and Chairman Smiley. I'm the Quayla Snibley, Assistant Business Manager for IBEW Local 474. I'm the co-chair for the IBEW Crafts Association. I'm just going to be real brief with you, but I'd like to tell you a story. I'm a 49-year resident of Memphis. I remember when Memphis used to be the place to work, and everybody loved to have a job with Memphis. Even my uncle, Elmore Nickelberry, who just recently passed. But just to make it really brief with you, we gave up things the last two raises that we got. So yes, we got raises, but in actuality, they were small raises. I won't speak on the lock-turn survey, even though I did not agree with it. When I did the averages, y'all have all the paperwork. When I averaged all the percentages from comms between the 11 units that we represent, we were still 5.3% behind what the wages should be according to that locked-in survey. And like I said, I do not agree with that locked-in survey. So just to make a long story short, our members deserve a good raise. Tennessee right now is the second highest in inflation in the nation right now. And to keep up with everything else rate increasing, rent, food, and all the other barriers, everything's going up 10, 20%, but my members' income is not being able to keep up, and all we're trying to do is trying to catch up a little bit in this race.
You are phenomenal, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Phenomenal. Mr. Allen? And you can bring Kim up here. She wants to present with you. All right. Chief Fouché says she ready. The smile says otherwise.
Councilman Smiley, can I address one more thing? It's very important. So in our last best offer, we were informed in the committee that one of the things that we were asking for was not able to be asked for because they said it was not on the wage package. So I would like for them to consider the other two things, which is the retention and the 6% raise, and not the first item on there because they say it's not able to be argued in wages.
All right, so I'm going to refer to the gentleman who we all know, Attorney Wade. I'm going to let you opine on that. Wow. You want to opine on that now, or do you want to wait for Mr. Allen to go ahead and present? Ms. Allen, could you go ahead and present while Attorney Wade is thinking through it? You ready to go now?
There's a change in position. We're only dealing with economic items. Your resolution only adds wages to the budget.
So the answer is no.
The resolution addresses his problem. It doesn't consider his problem. You pass that resolution, you're straight.
Pass the resolution, we straight. Gotcha.
Got that?
We're gonna lean on Attorney Wade, so that guy, he's right. All right, Ms. Allen, go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair. We'll just go straight to the why, as previously asked. So let's just go straight to what they are asking. So total economic package, of course, is 3% and $1,500 for the city of Memphis. Their final and total economic package was a 6% to include a position creation and some longevity pay. And unfortunately, the bottom two are non-economic, or excuse me, the first and the third item are non-economic. And so their ask is a 6% raise increase. Looking at what the cost to the city is, and that's $334,031. Their ask is about $433,000 with the difference of, their wages proposal ask is $740,000. Their radio tech ask is about $433,000. The total of their ask to include longevity pay is about $1.1 million, and a difference of $842,000 in between the two asks, or the offer and the ask. Here's a history of the bonuses and increases they have received over that time period, totaling about 12.5%. To include a bonus of $2,000 in FY22 and 23 and 24, and a $1,500 retention bonus coming up in FY25. Looking at the locked-in survey results, we are doing pretty good in the market currently. Looking at our retention rates, we have 139 employees, or an average of thereabout in 2023, and we lost 8 of those with a 5.8% resignation rate. Circling back around, they're asked in totality with the other associations is going to be about $13.1 million, difference in our ask, totaling about $10 million. That concludes my presentation, and open for questions.
All right, no one's in the queue. Councilman McNally, can you come sit here? Thank you. Chairman Smiley's in the queue. I move that we accept the total economic package of IBEW and amend the budget in the amount of $842,000.02. Thank you.
Who's playing the music?
They're like, they add those other things in.
Alan said it's not going to. So Attorney Wade, point of information, Wade or Brooke. We want to confirm, and I think Councilman Warren, we want to confirm that the number $842,000 is right. There are some concerns
I wonder if that was because I thought they had some of the other numbers, like the economic numbers in there.
No.
Are you sure?
The economic number was the position change.
Okay, there's a slide up there that showed it. Can you show your slides?
Yeah,
sure.
That changed.
Yes, I think
that may be true. So we're gonna verify.
Write it down. And we click that right there. Page 668 or 61 is the wage proposal.
But I think so that's right. Difference in FY22 proposals, $842,000.
Wage proposal and the wage proposal, those two, and then they've got a total of this. They put compression in. Okay. So it'd be 668 minus 334. That's the difference, right? Is that correct?
So what's the correct number?
It should be. Let me see that. It's 6-1, and the bottom is 3-1.
The numbers.
It is 334,030.
What's your numbers, Dr. Warren?
$334,030.
Hold that motion and we'll
Yeah.
get the correct number.
Well, if we're holding it, there's a delay. Do you want to just go to the next bargaining unit and come back to making a motion on this? All right, can we check those numbers, and we're going to go to the next bargaining unit. I think it's only, I guess they're going to do the numbers. So they're going to do the numbers. So we're going to hold this item. We're going to come back to this item to make sure the numbers are right.
Call item 19.
So could you call item number 19, Madam? Huh? You said hold on, or you want us to go on? All right, so we're going to go on. Can we call item number, is it 9? Hold up. Covington, I see y'all are eager to come here, but we're getting enough. Hold up, we're going to wait.
It's a difference of $406,274.
$406,200 and what?
$74.
All right, so let's make the motion again. So I move that we accept the total economic package of IBEW and amend the budget in the amount of $406,270. So repeat that again. I move that we accept the total economic package of IBEW in the amount of $406,270. I haven't done it electronically. Moved by Smiley, seconded by Vice Chairman Canale. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen? And
it's supposed to be 19. Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. And Warren, yes. And we are voting. And show anyone else? White is voting yes. And show Chairman Smiley is voting yes.
this item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item 19?
Item number 19 is a resolution confirming impasse vote of the City Council pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5639 regarding total economic package of MPA.
Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MPA, Impasse Committee met, and we recommended no recommendation. Here we are, Mr.
It's
Chair.
not a recommendation. Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. I think we understand the lay of the land at this point. Brevity, get to the why, and ask the administration to get to the why. 10 minutes on the clock. If you use all 10 minutes, you're doing something wrong. And with that, the floor is yours.
Hey, 5 hours ago, this was a scintillating presentation.
Oh, Covington.
Yeah, I know. And I'm going to keep it super short. It would have changed your life. John Covington, 638 Jefferson. So, starting off looking at this, I don't want to belabor this point, but we understand more police equals less crime. The only strategy that's ever truly proven to work. And over the decade that followed, you saw cuts in benefits, cuts in pay, and ultimately, and Jeremy, next slide, keep going, next one. That's where we ended up, at the very bottom, and we were getting pillaged by other departments here locally. And so finally, last year, we got to number one. Next slide. So why is it important to be number one? If you go look at the next slide, if you were a 20-year-old looking to go into law enforcement, which job would you go to? We make $63 more a year than Germantown. Take a look at the numbers of calls that we get compared to Germantown. Nothing against Germantown. That gives you a little taste. Councilwoman White actually asked me, how do we know that we're losing these officers to local agencies? So if you go to the next slide, this was over a 2-day period. I just put this out over Facebook.
because we don't write down to where people go when they leave usually. And they sent back, and I got 98 responses, 66.3% went to local agencies. If you can look, Bartlett is basically the Memphis Police Department. We're just their training academy. Collierville, Germantown, TBI, so they are leaving for local agencies because we're just there, we just train them and then they go. So if you go to the next slide, Councilwoman White pointed out, well, you've gotten these big raises. Is it making a difference? If you take a look, I think it is making a difference. In 2021, you saw a 66% increase in officers resigning. What happened in 2023 after July 1st? We saw a 28% decrease. That was from the raise that made us number one. I don't think there's any question about that. So it had a direct impact. So we must stay committed to being number one. If you go to the next slide, the 3% increase that the city's offering, look what that does. It knocks us back down to number 3. If you look at a 5% increase, what do you know? We stay number 1.
So quick question. What about, is Germantown currently considering increase as well?
Yeah, that's what, if that's, Germantown gets a 5%, which we're understanding that that's what they're going to get. So that's with them.
So this is what Germantown would look like with their proposed increase, and the same thing for the Shelby County.
And that's what we would look like.
So at this point, if the council approves the increase, I think the council's seen enough.
Well, hey, I want to just touch on 2 more slides. You go to the next. Sorry about that, Council Chairman. One of the reasons it's so important to get these raises, look at that. If you work 25 years, you get no Social Security, and if you're hired post July 1st, 2012, that's 56% of your pension. Our officers shouldn't have to leave here and get a second job, but most of them do. And then on the last page, you've heard a lot of presentations. How many jobs have you had over the last 4 years where 8 of your colleagues have passed in the line of duty? But that number is not right. We lost 5 more to suicide, which is another line of duty death in my estimation. It was just a more private battle. So that's what we're facing. Those are the challenges, and that's why we need to stay number 1, and that's why we asked for 5%, and I thank you.
All right, administration, brevity. Come on.
I don't know if the council is excited as I am to be at the last one, but this has been so much fun that I just cannot stand it. Chris Allen, Interim Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer for the City of Memphis. For purposes of time and brevity, we're gonna go straight to our why. Again, total economic package ending, their official final last best offer was a 5% increase. This is the cost to the city. If we were to do a 3% wage increase for FY25, it's going to be $4.1 million. If we were to do the 5% increase for police, with compression, it would total about $7.7 million. The difference in those 2 proposals being $3.5 million if we were to approve MPA's ask. They have received about 31.5% raise increase over the last couple of years. Here's a kind of base average salary of an employee that started in 2016 and where they are now. That was about a 3.8% increase every year. And it's froze. I think it's froze. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Okay. So looking at the Lockton survey results right now, the city is doing pretty good in the market. They are very competitive against the other agencies here locally. So I do know we want to be number 1, but we are still very competitive in the market. There we go. All right, so if we were to look at recruitment and retention, over the last couple of years, it has fluctuated, but it has gone from about 9 a week to about 4 per week. And looking at some of the information that we have as far as retention survey, money is actually not the main reason that people leave. The main reason that people leave would be work conditions and workload, and family circumstances and conditions. So I just wanted the record to show that that is the main reason why we are receiving information on why police officers are leaving the city. Just to kind of cover this last slide really briefly, it's a 3% increase out of FY25 and a $1,500 increase out of FY24. If you were to agree to this package, the total difference would be $13.1 million. And that concludes my discussion today. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I was prepared to make a motion, but the councilwoman from District 4, where they get more, is going to make. And they soar. Just prepared to make a motion. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington, I understand that you have a motion ready.
Yes, Chair. We want to say thank you to our police department. We really appreciate everything that you do for us every day, putting your lives on the line. And I want to move that we accept the total economic package of MPA, and I move that we amend the budget by $571,230.
And you do so electronically. Moved by Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. No one else is in the queue. Madam Comptroller, you know what to do. All right, council members, please vote. And,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That wasn't so bad at all. Canale, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen-Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
thank you. This item passes to the employees of the city of Memphis. We want to thank each and every one of you for your hard work. On behalf of the people of Memphis, I want you all to know that the council votes today reflects our will to make sure that we're supporting, truly supporting each and every one of you. And this council budget is going to be focused truly on the people, making sure that you're getting paid what you deserve. So thank you again from myself and in behalf of each and every member of this body. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 21, I think. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 21 on our regular agenda is an initial resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $150 million of general obligation bonds and bond anticipation notes. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommend approval, and I so move.
There's a motion by Canale, seconded by Green. Madam Comptroller, please prepare the screen for a vote. Council members, vote quickly. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Green. I know the piece is good.
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen-Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Please show Councilmember Ford as voting yes on item number 21. And Chairman Smiley, yes.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. This item passes. Could you please call item number 22?
In the system.
All right, MPA. Can we shut that door?
Item number 22, Mr. Chair, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
Item number 22 is a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $150 million aggregate principal amount of General Improvement Bond Series 2024A for the purpose of paying off outstanding commercial paper bond anticipation notes. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division.
Councilman Canale, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommend approval and I so move.
This item has been moved electronically by Canale, seconded by Councilman Warren. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen for a vote? Council members, please cast your vote.
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes.
Yes.
Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 23?
Item number 23 is a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of not to exceed $145 million aggregate principal amount of general improvement refunding bonds, Series 2024B, for the purpose of refinancing certain general obligation bonds. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the Finance Division.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Vice Chairman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommend approval and I so move.
This item has been moved electronically by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilwoman JSW. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen for a vote?
Madam Secretary. Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Please show Councilmember Spinoza as voting yes. Warren is voting yes. White as voting yes. And Chairman Smiley.
Thank you. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 24?
Item number 24 is a resolution requesting to amend the City Attorney's Division's FY24 operating budget in the amount of $750,000 to address the rising litigation expenses for ongoing investigations. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilman, thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Vice Chairman Canale, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommend approval and I so move.
This item has been moved by Vice Chairman Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington. No council members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen for a vote?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chair Smiley, yes.
Thank you. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 25?
Item number 25 is a resolution to amend the American Rescue Plan allocation, ARPA. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Councilman Canale, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met recommend approval and I so move.
Moved by Vice Chairman Canale, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington. Madam Comptroller, please spread the screen for a vote.
For item number 25. Stay with me. It's all right. Canale, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Show Cooper Sutton as voting yes. Show Councilmember White as voting yes. We have you, Cooper Sutton, as voting yes. Did you go down on me? You said stay up on me, right?
All right. This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 26?
Item number 26 is a resolution amending and appropriating pilot proceeds from the Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, up to, but not to exceed, $1,500,000 chargeable to the FY 2024 budget by appropriating funds to the Division of Housing and Community Development Affordable Housing Program account. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee
Go ahead. Councilman Canale, you recognize. Thank you, Madam Chair.
recommend approval, and I so move.
Moved by, have you moved electronically? No. Moved by Vice Chairman Canale, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. There are no council members in the queue. We have one coming card. Ms. Francis. Yes, ma'am. On item number 26. 2 minutes on the clock. Be sure to say your name, address for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fabiola Francis. I reside at 1664 Newton Oak Circle, Memphis, 38117. I would like to talk about the city employees today talked about a common theme about having animals, picking up animals, and about dead animals. In your proposal to increase the budget for housing, it would be nice to have housing for people that cannot afford a down payment or for their animals. Sometimes people struggle trying to get rent, and if you guys can have something in there for affordable houses for people that have pets, because sometimes they have to surrender their pets. So I want to advocate for the animals and also for the people that love their animals. Every city council meeting I will come and talk to you about that and about having transparency at the shelter as well. So if you can consider that, we will be very appreciative. As I said earlier, there was a common theme about people picking up dead animals or loose animals. So Memphis does have a problem with that, and if we never address it, we'll always get the same thing. Okay, so we really need to address, instead of going into circles, and maybe provide some spay and neuter, some affordable spray and neuter. There's so much we can do as a city to improve the lives of our citizens and their animals. It goes together, one in one. And thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. As I always say, I think government works best when we have active participation. Could you send us an email with your specific request? Okay, thank you. Make sure you if it's possible, make sure you copy all of the council members so we can see it and see if it's feasible for us. But thank you seriously for coming out. With that, that's the last coming card on that particular item. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote? Item 26. Council members, please vote.
Yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 27?
Thank you. Item number 27 is a resolution in support of the After School Act to strengthen after-school programs aimed to reduce crime among at-risk youth. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met recommend approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Warren. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, please press the screen for a vote.
Canali, yes. Cooper, Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes.
All right, this item passes. Guess what, colleagues? This brings us to the same 9 minutes. Vice Chairman Canali, would you please read the same 9 minute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Same 9 minutes are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. With that, I move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Canali. Moved by Vice Chairman Canali, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. The screen's already appeared, council members. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Cooper, Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
All right, this item passes. This brings us to the conclusion of our meeting. We have about 6 comment cards. The first comment card is Ms. Boyd. Ms. Boyd, I think it's Ms. Sharonda. Ms. Boyd is gone. All right. So the next comment card is Janice. Okay, Ms. Janice. All right. 2 minutes on the clock. Please state your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Janice Mundy, address 2509 Dexter. I'm here because I spoke to a couple of bus drivers on yesterday, and I learned that several of you from the City Council did a tour at MATA. And I'm here to find out, what did you learn from that tour? Because I heard that none of you took the time to speak to the bus drivers. You pretty much was just heard through by Carter Malden, and yet there were like at least 25 bus drivers sitting in the driver's room on yesterday. Those are 25 buses that did not hit the street. I would like to know, before you answer the questions as to what each of you learned, as a rider myself, I would like to just discuss the current conditions of MATA. While I realize interim CEO Carter Malden should have a time to write things, MATA is in such a state of dysfunction, it is just no longer acceptable. For the past 5 years, MATA has just gotten worse. We've gone from 1 hour waits to 2 hour waits to 3 hour waits, and yet there seems to be no end in sight. Just this past sign-up, MATA reduced the runs within routes between 30 to 40 runs. Those are buses that are not hitting the street. They did not inform you, the City Council, that they took those runs out, and they did not inform the general public that those runs are not out there. So people are going to the bus stops, and these buses are not showing up. And even though they just cut these runs out of the schedule with this last sign-up, they are still not able to fulfill the schedule even after the runs have been reduced. Just this week, and on top of that, I think MATA has reduced their fares in recent years due to COVID. They had a temporary reduced, the fares was free for about 2 months, like most cities cut out fares for transit during COVID. MATA went back to a reduced fare. And even with the reduced fare, they cannot get their ridership up.
Ms. Bondi, if you could wrap it up, please.
Oh, did I run out of time already?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I had 2 minutes.
You spoke with passion. You spoke with a lot of passion.
Please just give me just a second, just another minute. I would just like to know,
if you could just wrap up your comments.
Gotten over the years, how is it justified and the City Council is not demanding accountability for all the hundreds of millions they have received, but yet no new buses have been purchased? This is the problem now. They can't fulfill the schedule because they don't have enough running buses. They just brought in...
Okay, Ms. Monty, I'm going to have to get you to wrap it up. Chairman Smiley toured the facilities.
Yesterday. Well, yeah, yesterday. So I'm going to be, real candid. When I took a tour of MATA, what I saw was, I think, a place that was physically sinking and a place that was not, entity that's not financially sound. And what I asked the interim CEO to do is to reimagine how MATA is operating. But what we have to understand, and I think it's something the general public has to understand, MATA only generates about $2 million annually from the fares that they bring in. They have an operating budget of $70 million. They currently owe the city of Memphis a significant amount of money. To make a long story short, they do not have enough funding to support the way that they're currently operating. They're going to have to do something different, and I believe the interim CEO is currently working out a way so that they can actually fulfill the services they're attempting to do. And, this is very tough. We have a very limited operating budget, and we have several entities that we have to provide funding for. So I do believe she's up for the task. So what I would ask you to do is be patient. We understand that MATA has not operated with transparency during the previous administration, but this is a new administration. We are hopeful, and we eager to see what she can do. So we get it, and we understand. Thank you.
Just one thing.
Ms. Mondi, if you could talk to Chair Smiley after the meeting's over, I'm going to let the other people in line.
After the meeting's over. 1 second.
Joe Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. The lack of outrage is the problem. So MATA gets $20 million loan from this body and can't produce financials for months, and no one says, do what? What's going on? Add fuel to the fire that young administration misses and still has not corrected $20 million from MATA in the budget, and no one is expressing outrage. You will likely see the $20 million reappear in the budget because they've said that they're going to pay it back over an extended period of time. So just know that happened today at the meeting. MATA has been scandalously run for years. It's been a scandal. They did cancel the $5.8 million Flowbird contract, which I'll take full credit for. I love me for that. So get this, MATA is spending $5.9 million with the great all world for all types of consulting services, but cannot provide the average trip cost for each of their fixed routes. Really, you should just shut MATA down today. Don't give MATA 1 cent until you have all their financial information, average trip costs for each of their fixed routes, their federal triennial review, and all public information requests answered. To the budget process, the budget foundation here is unreliable. Just a request for a massive tax increase. It is alarming. Well, I'm really glad I heard the word actuals used today. That was great. I mean, I'm serious. I'm really impressed with that. And we have no fund balance trend history at all presented. There's been no fund balance trend history at all presented. And then nobody will talk about all the quasi cash on all the local balance sheets, leveraging any of that. And one other thing, that while there have been many successes here, the Memphis Public-Private Poverty Corps of Moral Budget Seeding Success, MICA, Slingshot, Innovate Memphis, and others, is a failure while looking the other way related to $1 billion in stadiums, $37 million in tennis, $200 million on the riverfront. Essentially, these groups are diligently working for higher taxes to support elitist programming.
Thank you, Mr. Kent.
Not looking the other way. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. Natasha McGlasson.
Hi everyone, my name is Natasha McGlasson. I live at 415 State Street in District 9, and it's area code 38111. So I appreciate you guys listening. This meeting was really long, I understand that. So I've been talking to a lot of local legislators lately about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And one of the things that they've asked me the most is, how is it a local problem? So I've been doing a lot of research and thinking a lot about that because I'm a local person and it affects me deeply. So one example that's particularly popularized is sales at Starbucks locations, especially on college campuses. They've plummeted due to boycotts related to global conflicts, leading Starbucks to lower its expectations for full-year sales, profits, and lay off over 10% of its staff. This situation highlights how international issues can directly affect local businesses. For Memphis, similar economic disruptions occur frequently. Sanctions, boycotts, and escalating conflicts can severely disrupt supply chains, increasing costs for production and manufacturing. Memphis, as a global trade hub for FedEx, relies on the smooth transit of goods. Our city is home to the second busiest cargo airport in the world, a critical component of our local economy. Any slowdown in global trade due to sanctions, boycotts, or conflicts can reduce demand for logistical shipping services, which would be devastating for our local economy. This can lead to job losses, reduced income for local businesses, and overall economic instability. It is crucial that the city of Memphis, in a bipartisan manner, condemns violence to mitigate these risks. Each city council member has received a copy of a reconstructed ceasefire resolution that I personally wrote with the guidance of local lawmakers, community members, and religious leaders. Challenges.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Joan Harp.
Hello, Council. I know it's been a long night. My name is Joan Harp, 178 South Grove Park Road, 38117. And we're here again to talk for the animals who have no voice. I just wanted to speak on comment item number 24. I got skipped over. It just was a technical error. But you're increasing the legal fee, and you're going to need to. Last week, 2 dogs were left 8 days with no veterinarian care at the shelter. Now they've closed all the medical records to the public. My FOIA is still not answered from January. They said, oh, it's going to cost you $2,200 to get the information. I called the state of Tennessee. They said, you can inspect the records for free. They're not providing those records. Something smells like doo-doo at Memphis Animal Services. What's the solution, right? What's the solution? It's not just about stopping to kill the dogs. I think it's time to privatize. Get out of the animal shelter business because clearly we aren't doing a good job. Next slide, please. This is from March. We've killed 500 dogs since March. No more. No more on the tax dollars. No more. Let's keep the police part of it. The animal control officers, we'll put them under the police department. Seems simple. Let's let nonprofits take over the shelter. I think they could do a better job. You've got a $4.5 million budget for 60 people. That's more than the police are making, and they're all part-time, and they all have to know how to kill dogs. That's part of their job. Why do we need 60 people to kill dogs? You don't like it, you don't like it, you don't like it, I don't like it. Let's stop doing it. We need a better solution. And I think this is how we can stop. You want to find money? Take animal controls out. Let's privatize it. Let's put it in the hands of non-for-profits that can do a better job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Harp. For future reference, we don't allow signs that large. They can't be any larger than 11 by 17, just so you know for the future. Thank you for your comments. Walter Brody, you want to come pray us out of here?
Hey, you forgot your glasses? My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 3356 Justine Street. Before I say this prayer, man, it's been like 20 years I've been coming down here to be praying. The people I remember Valerie, Sid, Ford, and Wade. These are the last 4 people here for the last 20 years, man. I've been here when it was raining, snowing, all kind of type of stuff was going on in here. And this right here will be my last day up in here. Y'all pray for me because God got me on another adventure. So, when God called me and told me to come down here and to pray for, and when I was, in the world, they were saying that the leaders was snakes, devils. They were just calling y'all everything. And I was like, I say, anybody come down here to pray for them or give them a word? That's all I've been doing. I ain't never tried to ask Y'all leaders for nothing. Valerie, no, I ain't asked nobody for no loans or nothing. I came down here to pray because the deal is y'all need it. But I prayed that God would send somebody down here to, just do what I was doing. Because I didn't want nothing from you. I just want God to bless you. That's all it was. So let's just go into prayer right now. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you right now, Father God. Father God, continue to bless all the city council members, Father God. Bless everybody who behind the scenes is working real hard, Father God. Continue to bless all the policemen, the firemen, our mayor, Father God. Bless both our mayors. Bless Shelby County Commission, Father God. Get them all godly wisdom, Father God. Bless our president, our vice president, every Republican, Democrat, Independent. Father God, bless all the saints and all the sinners, Father God. Father God, forgive me for anything I had did to say something that was not like you, Father God. Father God, send someone down here to get them the word and pray for them. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen and amen.
Amen and amen. I'll entertain them.
Did you say this your last name? Did you say this your last name?
It is my last name.
I just want to say something really quick. I ain't gonna pray for him.
Somebody just pray for him. Go out there and pray. Get on the mic, doing it.
No, it's gonna just thank you. Oh, okay.
Councilwoman White.
Well, hold on, Pastor Brody. I just wanted to say something really quick. Thank you so much. But I was so impressed every time I came here, your dedication of sitting through these long meetings to make sure that you do cover us in prayer. We pray that all goes well with you, that you be led, and that we know that you're going to do great things, and we know that we are covered by your prayers, and we greatly appreciate you. Be blessed.
Same here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
God bless you, man.
A motion to adjourn.